Test 1 2 3. 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 Test 1 2 3.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No comms. Stay. Bishop.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Good morning, Dr. O. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Mzo. I see someone is connected already, but I'm not sure who it is. I see there's a CIO. CIO should be Dr. Ostrovic. Good morning, Doctor. Morning, Doctor.
Hi there, I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. I'm not sure if we have the witness connected already. Mr. Kaland. Good morning, Mr. Kaland.
Mr. Cullen's not in yet, he's still to be joining.
Oh,
SC's arrived.
I see there is SC. Good morning, SC. Good morning, Mr. Friend. I think he's muted. Morning, SC.
Yes, good morning. Sorry, I was muted.
How are you, sir?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Really? I'm going to go and get my phone so I can be in touch with Mr. Cullen.
Oh, okay, okay. So far, so good. We're still waiting for Mr. Kaland to log in. We should be starting in 7 minutes from now on.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check 1, 2. Eh? No, ke batla ho checkela for wena wa e utlwa kae.
I see Mr. Cullen is not in yet. He's not logged in yet. I'm not sure who's supposed to be contacting him. Dr. O? Dr. O?
Morning, Alec.
Good morning. You're there, Richard. Thank you.
Am I in?
Right.
There we
Just
go.
come on
There we
screen
go.
so that they can be alerted to your presence.
Okay. Just let
Good
me
morning, Mr. Cullen.
put my name here.
Good morning, Mr. Cullen. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Now I can hear you very clear.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
can hear you.
Thank you so much. We should be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. You can hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Richard, we'll pick up exactly where we left off. I think we were at page 19 in the Commission's pagination system.
Right.
I'm going to give you some leeway. We've got about an hour.
Right.
And to some extent, I'm going to be leaving it to you to work out how best to use your hour. But of course, I will ask some questions.
Okay. You'll nudge me
Yep.
if you want me to steer into a different area.
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, we seem to be doing fine yesterday in that regard, so.
Good. Yep. Quite warm today.
Yes, looks like it hasn't warmed up quite here yet. Maybe the sun has cast more on the back of the mountain at this stage of the day.
That's it. We're in the heat of it, and in the evenings it's hotter on
The
the
other way around. Yes.
I'm going to be taking these questions of hard and soft accountability,
Okay,
but not immediately, but very shortly.
okay. Okay. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Freund. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chair.
Technicians, will you please switch on the screen? You must just always check whether it's on before I come in. Okay, all right. Are you ready, Mr. Freund?
Yes, thank you, Chair. May I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed. Professor
Thank you,
Cullen.
Chair.
Professor Cullen,
Good morning, PJ.
Good morning, good morning. The oath you took yesterday will continue to apply this morning.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Yes, you may proceed, Mr.
Calland,
Freund.
we were at, thank you, Chair. Mr. Calland, we were at page 19 in bundle 3, and we were dealing with the question of the position of the Member of Parliament in holding the executive to account. You make the point that much reference has been made to about the oath of office, and then you say there's a tension between the abstract constitutional duty to the people and the very real political sanction for dissidents. And when we adjourned last evening, you had referred to the provision in the Constitution that requires a Member of Parliament who loses membership of that member's party to leave Parliament. And I'd just like to pick it up from there. You deal with the economic implications for members of Parliament of the problems of rebellion or dissidence from party instructions. If you could maybe just talk to that very briefly.
Well, this came to my attention relatively early in my relationship, as it were, with Parliament and my understanding of the institution itself. And in fact, I deal with this episode in my report as a mini case study, and I'm talking here about the arms deal. The arms deal scandal, as it became known, had a very serious impact, it seems to me, on Parliament. Scopa, and of course you've heard last week from the relatively recent chair of Scopa, Themba Gowdy. Scopa overall has been one of the better and strongest committees in Parliament. And in fact, during the early part of the post-94 period, during the first Parliament, SCOPA, I think, was the committee that first really got its teeth into the concept of oversight. It was the first committee to really start to grapple with the challenge of oversight and to exercise its oversight function. And it developed a certain practice in that regard, which I think hinged largely on its relationship with the Auditor General. There was a very significant and fruitful relationship there. All of that was ripped apart by the arms deal because SCOPA then became a victim, a collateral damage, as it were, to the attempt by the ruling party to close down the issue and to politically manage the issue in their language. And I followed those proceedings very, very closely. And one of the things that came to my attention, and this is now in the public domain, so I feel comfortable referring to it, because Andrew Feinstein, an ANC MP at the time, has written about this and is on the record on all of this. He made it clear to me that the pressure that was brought to bear on the ANC study group, that's to say, as you well know now, the ANC members of Parliament of a particular committee form themselves into a study group. The pressure that was brought to bear on that study group by the leadership of the party in different forms was really excruciating. And in the end, Mr. Feinstein, of course, himself was pushed out. He left Parliament and left the ANC, left the country in the end. But some of his colleagues, I know from their own accounts and indirectly through Mr. Feinstein, Section 47(3) was used as a pressure point. And it was used to say, basically, do you want to remain a member of Parliament with all of the benefits that come with that, or are you willing to risk that and risk the reputation of the ANC by continuing to exercise the oversight that you are and asking the difficult questions that SCOPA at that point was trying to ask in relation to the arms deal. So several members or colleagues of Mr. Feinstein in the end backed down. They backed down from their initially quite strong positions because they feared losing their position in Parliament, and they could not afford to lose their position in Parliament.
Well, that's really the point that I wanted to come to, is whether the average MP can afford to lose their job as an MP.
So I think Mr. Feinstein would probably be one of the first people to accept that he's an unusual position. First of all, he'd had a career in, I think, merchant banking before coming to Parliament. He had other skills, he had other experience, and he was able to move out of Parliament and find comfortable employment elsewhere and build a new career elsewhere. Not every member of Parliament has that possibility. And those that don't, like anybody, I guess, all of us probably, would cling, therefore, as much as possible to their position for fear of losing it. And of course, I think as the different parliaments have gone by, and you may come back to this, I suspect, in evidence in due course, but as I would say the experience, quality and caliber of members of Parliament, particularly in the ruling party, has declined over a succession of parliaments. So the opportunity to pursue a different career elsewhere out of Parliament has also diminished for obvious reasons. And if your talent base of folks coming into Parliament is weaker, then it seems to me that this point about members of Parliament being dependent on that position and therefore even more fearful of that sword of Damocles falling on their head through Section 47(3) is even greater.
Well, let's deal with that issue now. You emphasized yesterday the very high caliber of the initial ANC contingent to the first Parliament. Could you just give us a thumbnail sketch of how that's developed over 6 parliaments?
Well, in broad brushstrokes, yes, as I said yesterday, that first Parliament, 94 to 99, was quite remarkable because of the extraordinary depth of talent and experience and wisdom that was deposited there. The ANC, as I said yesterday, deployed virtually all of its leadership and its senior people into Parliament. As time went by, I think Mr. later President Mbeki realised, and the leadership of Parliament realised, that you couldn't and perhaps politically shouldn't put all of your eggs in one basket. You need to deploy your talent in different places, and that process began. So Parliament by Parliament, as the different parliaments went by, what I observed as an observer, sometimes spending a lot of time in Parliament, sometimes less so, was a weakening of the quality and experience and political weight. And perhaps this is the most important point, because what we're looking for in oversight is the ability of a member of parliament to act sufficiently independently, to be able to say, it may be that this will cause embarrassment to the government and or to the ruling party, my party, but unfortunately my duty is to the Constitution, my duty is as a member of parliament to ask the right questions, to raise difficult issues, even if that is politically costly. That requires a tough skin, it requires independent mind, and it requires the ability to insulate yourself from potentially career limiting, to use the euphemism, career limiting consequences for you and yourself. And as the time has gone by, I've seen that the number of members of parliament who would fall into that category has declined parliament by parliament.
Now, apart from questions of political weight, I'd like just to focus very briefly on questions of skill and diligence. So, for example, Mr. De Freitas gave evidence that in the committee overseeing CRASA, his belief was that many of the members of that committee had not opened the packs of paper that they had been furnished before the meeting started. And so whether you have any experience that would either back that up or contradict that, and also your view on the skill and training and expertise of members of parliament as time has gone by.
Well, Mr. Freund, there's some big issues contained within your questions there, but let me try and do justice to them. I think it's absolutely clear that if you are a relatively inexperienced member of parliament, if you are relatively junior in your party's political hierarchy, the more training you can get, the more support you can get in playing this oversight role, the better. And it's clear to me that training, that capacity building is not present. And nor, as several witnesses have said to the Commission in the last week, and nor is there the independent research and other capacity in the committee system available to members of parliament to kind of buttress them. Seems to me if the strongest committees in parliaments around the world are those that have an independent research capacity that can do the job for MPs, can provide them with briefings, can in a sense steer them towards appreciating what are the most important issues of the day in relation to a particular topic that comes before the committee, and can therefore prepare them to ask the best questions. Now, if you combine the absence of that with the fact that, as I think it was Mrs. Rantu who told the Commission last week, that often the witnesses for committees come before them at very short notice. Often the documents that they bring with them should have been prepared a week before, often are only presented on the day. I've seen that countless times, more often than not. And so invariably a committee is simply not prepared to digest the material and to ask the right questions. And as you and I know, and as Deputy Chief Justice well knows, when trying to master a brief, particularly if it's complex, you need enough time to read the brief, and you need enough time to reflect on what it's really involved in that brief, and to formulate in your mind the most important questions to pose. And time and again, I've seen committees fail to do that for a variety of reasons, partly a lack of training and capacity, partly a lack of research capacity for the committee, and partly, I'm afraid to say, a lack of political will within the committee. And more often than not, in recent years certainly, committee members, particularly on the benches of the ruling party, who have simply not done their job, not taken the trouble to prepare themselves. And in the end, of course, I really appreciated what Ms. Rantu had to say when she said, we really did not take a stand at one point, I heard her say in her evidence. And that really very crisply puts the point that when it comes to the power of a committee and individual members within it, it's their willingness to take a stand on a particular issue that may well be the decisive factor as to whether this oversight function is properly played or not. And more often than not, the stand is not taken.
Right, now I want to move on to something more conceptual than factual. You deal at pages 20 to 21 with what does oversight and accountability really mean, And you quote one of the English authorities, this is at page 21 of Bundle 3 in the first paragraph. You quote Turpin and Tompkins saying the parliamentary control over the executive, and I quote, means influence, not direct power, advice, not command, criticism, not obstruction, scrutiny, not initiation, and publicity, not secrecy. But you also refer later in your report to two conceptions of oversight and accountability, which you call the hard version and the soft version. So I'd like you just to comment generally on what is an incredibly difficult question, which is what are the limits of proper parliamentary scrutiny and oversight?
So it is a complex and very, I think, delicate question. And it's one that I think the Commission is clearly already wrestling with and is going to have to wrestle with if it is to offer, if I may say so, Chair, cogent recommendations in this regard. But I see it in these terms, Mr. Freund, that there is a spectrum. At one end of the spectrum is where a parliament and its committees does nothing. In other words, it's completely negligent. It completely fails to even begin to do what's required of it. At the other end of the spectrum is when it does too much. Now that's very difficult to do, but by too much, I mean a serious and grave breach of separation of powers would be when the legislative branches of government tries and maybe succeeds in becoming the executive. Now clearly that's inappropriate. That Parliament cannot take over the role and function of the executive arm of government. And therein lies the limit. Because if somewhere between those two ends of the spectrum, Parliament is trying to exercise oversight, it's trying to meaningfully say to the executive, this is what we expect of you, either by remedying a previous wrong or taking new action. And if in those circumstances the executive does not respond appropriately, does not do what Parliament asks of it, what then can Parliament do? It cannot take over the role of the executive. So it can't command, it can't take direct power. And interestingly, this cropped up, of course, in the House of Commons quite recently with the Brexit debates, where Parliament was, in a sense, trying to take control of the negotiations with the European Union. It was trying to prescribe to the executive arm of the British government what it should or should not do in those negotiations. And the executive was pushing back very hard against it. Parliament saying, no, that's our job. We are the executive. But finally, to complete this answer, which could go on a lot longer, so I'll try and bring it to conclusion at this point. Somewhere between these two poles, there is an equilibrium point. Now, on either side of that equilibrium point, on one side is what I would call the soft accountability power, which is where Parliament looks at the issue, asks the right questions, and then says, well, what we want, what we advise, our guidance is as follows. And that's the persuasive power, the advisory power that Parliament has. On the other side of that equilibrium point is a slightly harder form of accountability, executive accountability, where Parliament says, we want you to do X and Y, and we asked you to do X and Y, you haven't done X and Y, and now we want to bring sanctions to bear on the situation. And that is very, very hard. What are those sanctions available to Parliament? Because in the end, there's nothing in the Constitution that really permits sanction in those terms, other than the very, very hard rock of hard nut to crack, which is to bring a vote of no confidence and to essentially remove the government. And that's a very drastic step. So what sanctions are available? And I think in the end, it has to be about taking a stand, to use Ms. Rantel's expression. It has to be about the committee simply saying, we find the situation intolerable. We will continue to call you back, Minister, week after week until you take action, until you get this right. We will not approve budgets until you take the steps necessary to bring proper public financial management to bear on the situation, and so on. In other words, again, borrowing from Ms. Ranto's evidence, she said, you need to have the oomph, was her expression, to do the necessary oversight work. And that oomph is really where that equilibrium point is. It's about a committee taking a stand, not tolerating a lack of action or remedial action from the executive, and really imposing its will as best it can.
And presumably when you talk about the committee, you're talking also about the National Assembly, which adopts the committee's reports and to which really the committee is accountable.
Well, I suppose so, but the problem, I think, with that proposition, theoretically accurate and true that it is that the National Assembly becomes a very unwieldy instrument for that. Of course, it does have its own mechanisms for accountability. It has parliamentary questions, which I think is potentially the most useful device. Often those questions, particularly from opposition MPs, fall into some kind of abyss because ministers fail to answer them or answer them properly. And then it depends on the system, particularly through the leadership of the National Assembly, the Speaker, ensuring that the rules of the National Assembly are adhered to and that the executive does properly account. And then that takes us back then, of course, to political leadership, to the strength of that leadership and its independence, and its own willingness to stand up to senior members of its own party. So we had a period of time, I don't want to dwell on this, it's not perhaps hugely relevant, but there was a period of time when the Speaker of the National Assembly was also the chairperson of the ruling party and presenting to me a very clear conflict of interest. How on earth was she supposed to find an appropriate, strike an appropriate balance between those two sets of responsibilities? And I think that led her into some great difficulties.
Now, I just want to
just one
pursue
second,
this particular
Mr.
line
Freund.
slightly further. I don't think
Just 1 second, Mr. Freund.
Yes, sir.
Professor Cullen, with regard to the limits of what Parliament or a committee, a portfolio committee may do when it is unhappy with the inaction of the executive, say a minister, or some actions of a minister, obviously it's quite clear that they can't actually take over and do what belongs to the executive domain. But I think that I think you and I agree that Mr. Vincent Smith's understanding of persuasion might not be enough to the extent that I understood him to talk about what I would think is a kind of soft persuasion. Would you accept that Parliament should be able to pressurize the executive without instructing them what to do? Well, what do you say about that? Obviously, the forms of pressure might differ, and we can look at what would be available to Parliament. I think you have mentioned the idea that maybe Parliament might say, well, we won't approve your budget.
So Chair,
Yes. Could you hear me? Did you hear me? Were you able to hear me?
I heard you until the very end.
Oh, okay, okay, all right.
No, I heard, Chair, I heard the question. I just couldn't quite hear you at the end, so I wasn't sure if you'd finished the question. My apologies for interrupting you, but thank
yes.
you for the question. I think it's, if I may say so, it's exactly one of the best and right questions to be asking. And I do indeed agree with you in respect of what Mr. Smith said yesterday. He appeared to be saying that our power as Parliament is only or merely advisory. All we can do is offer advice, and then we have to leave the stage, sit back, and if the executive doesn't take our advice, so be it. I think that goes even further along the spectrum I was referring to. It's south of soft accountability in the sense it's with respect, superficial accountability, because it's essentially saying we have no power in this relationship. All we can do is advise. And you know what, you can call our bluff, because if you don't do what we advise, we're not going to take action. Now, clearly, if that's your attitude as a parliamentary committee or as an MP or as Parliament as a whole, then all that will do, I think, is encourage the executive to think, well, Parliament is very weak and we can essentially do what we like. So taking a stand to once again adopt Ms. Ranto's neat phrase, taking a stand means, as you suggest, Chair, taking action that would be not instructions, but would be sanctions, which would be saying to Parliament, saying to the executive, excuse me, if you do not take the remedial action, if you do not change course in the way that we have suggested, having conducted our oversight, then there are consequences, and those consequences may be budgetary. They may be that we pass new resolutions in the National Assembly, and we may continue to call the Minister or the GG back before this committee every single week until such time that we are satisfied that the executive has listened to what we have to say and heeded what we have to say. After all, the executive is in a parliamentary system such as South Africa's. The executive is elected by the National Assembly. The National Assembly elects the president then appoints his or her cabinet, and the Constitution makes it clear that the president and his or her cabinet are directly accountable to Parliament.
What about, in quotes, reporting such a minister to the president? I'm saying in quotes. So you have Parliament that is hugely dissatisfied with a minister who maybe year in, year out fails to correct a certain situation. What about Parliament, so to speak, escalating the issue to the president and say, President, in effect, you were elected by this Parliament. Executive power rests primarily with you. You choose your own cabinet, your own ministers. We are very unhappy with Minister so-and-so. This is what has happened. He or she is doing nothing, has done nothing over an extended period, or is insisting on something that, in our view, is really totally untenable. And that, in that way, then Parliament gives the president the opportunity either to talk sense to his or her minister, or replace him, or to side with him and say, I actually think he's right. So back off, Parliament. What do you think of that? I don't know. I don't think that Parliament does a lot of that, at least publicly. Maybe they do it privately. What do you think of it? Do you think that might work, or what do you think?
Chair, thank you again for the question. The short answer, the risk of being facetious, is a lawyer's one, which is to say it depends. And I'm afraid it depends, I suspect, very much on the character of the president involved. So will it be a president who takes seriously that message that comes from Parliament? Or will it be a president who says, well, I'll ride that storm out. I've got a thick skin, I control enough power within my party, the caucus is loyal to me, I've nothing to worry about politically, we recently won an election with a good majority, I'll ride it out. Or will it be a president who says, no, this is a very serious matter. Parliament is the elected assembly representing the people. It's taking a very dim view of the actions or inactions of several members of my cabinet. That reflects poorly on my choice and my leadership, and I'm going to take action. But to break down my answer a little more, I think there are three elements or three levels to perhaps thinking about how to strengthen Parliament's capacity in this regard. The first is the more technocratic element of tracking and monitoring oversight, which we spoke about a little bit yesterday, and which found favour in two of the reports we referred to yesterday, has been a technocratic element that's probably a necessary but not sufficient condition for good oversight. So you track and monitor all of the oversight recommendations and advice you give as Parliament. And maybe then secondly, as a second level, you need an institutional vehicle to gather all of those recommendations together. And I think one of the reports suggested having a sort of cross-cutting oversight committee within Parliament that would receive all of those oversight recommendations, track them, and then communicate the success or otherwise of the executive in responding to Parliament's wishes, and then to table an annual report or a 6-monthly report or whatever, so that Parliament as a whole and the public, most importantly, can receive that information and act upon it. And then thirdly, on your very point, Chair, one of the things that's always struck me as interesting is that while Parliament in the 90s, in that first Parliament, as I said yesterday, took this extraordinary and really positive step of setting up a series of portfolio committees, a portfolio committee for every single government department and ministry to shadow the work of that particular ministry. What it didn't do and hasn't ever done is to set up an equivalent portfolio committee for the president and the presidency. And I think that one of the things that Parliament in applying its mind to how to strengthen its oversight capacity would be to think about establishing a committee whose sole objective is to look at the work of the presidency, because a great deal of important executive work takes place within the presidency, and to directly hold the president to account.
Of course, in dealing with oversight matters and being dissatisfied with lack of action or lack of proper action on the part of the executive on a number of matters, Parliament would have to be alive to the fact that it must still be seen to respect the separation of powers, but at the same time not be superficial in the execution of their oversight functions. It's the striking of that balance that might be difficult, but the aim must be to strike the right balance. And of course, in the process, they would have to accept that there may be a number of matters where a minister would disagree with their solution and have a different solution. And just because the minister's solution is different from theirs, doesn't mean that they have got to try and push the minister to adopt their solution. Of course, sometimes somebody can say they are coming with a solution, but actually you see that it's just going to make the situation worse. But where the minister seeks to do something, and there's difference of opinion between Parliament and the executive as to what the minister seeks to do will be effective, that might be a more difficult area to handle for Parliament, I would imagine, generally speaking, than a situation where a minister is not doing anything or refuses point blank to do something. So there, the Parliament may have a stronger case even to pressurize the minister or even go to the president. And maybe the idea of going to the president might not be necessary if one has regard to the role of the deputy president as leader of government business. Maybe if the matter is communicated to the deputy president, that's sufficient because he or she can be expected to share the information with the president, but at least he or she would be the deputy president. But Parliament would have to choose in what circumstances they would say, look, we disagree with the executive and let's leave it at that. Allow the executive to do what it believes will work. We disagree, but let's leave it at that. We won't pressurize, we won't do anything. That's one category. Then there would be categories where they say, no, we should put some pressure. And then it's a question of how much pressure. And then there would be other categories where they say, no, on these types of issues, we'll put maximum pressure, including escalating it to the president and whatever. So it seems to me that Parliament would need to, so to speak, pick their battles and see which matters deserve to be dealt with in what way. What's your view on that?
Well, I broadly and largely agree, sir, with your analysis, Chair. And in the end, although there is a good deal of technocracy and law in this, in the end, these are political matters. And in the end, politics being the art of the possible, you're right, Parliament would need to pick its battles. And that then becomes a question of judgment, political judgment of the chair of the committee in particular. And we touched on this yesterday, but didn't really get into it. But the role of the chair of the committee, and I think you've seen this from some of the evidence you've received, positive and negative, if I can say so, in the last week, shows how pivotal the chair is to whether or not the committee functions well and whether or not the committee is able to make the sort of very subtle but very significant choices in political judgment that you've just described, Chair. In the end, once again, I think that there will be occasions where the minister is right and where the minister is and his or her staff in the department have more information available to them, they have more resources. So they're able to say to Parliament, well, thank you for that suggestion or thank you for those questions, but we disagree for these reasons. And of course, when oversight works well, it's a real conversation. It's not superficial. It's a profound conversation between two branches of government. What the then Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo described as a dialogue between branches of government. Sadly, that kind of constructive dialogue has been conspicuous by its absence in much of the last decade, I would say, of Parliament's life, growing through the 2000s, but increasing markedly since 2009. So the scope for Parliament to really have that meaningful conversation with executive has been very, very rare. And it does also take us back to the resources available to Parliament and its own willingness to get out and about, as we discussed yesterday, to actually see for itself what's happening on the ground. Because if all a parliamentary committee does is sit in Cape Town and wait for the executive to come to it, and if it doesn't have research resources, independent research resources serving the committee, the chances are the committee will not be in a position to second guess what the executive says to it. And the executive says, well, that's a bad idea. We know better than you for these reasons. Unless the committee has the wherewithal and the knowledge and the political will to stand up to that, then the executive will generally roll over the legislature, and that oversight function will in a sense be crushed.
Thank you. Mr. Freund?
Well, thank you, Chair. Professor Calland, you will recall that although we're all interested in these issues in the abstract, we're examining them in the present particular context of a commission of inquiry into alleged state capture and alleged corruption at a high level. And I presume that when you said a moment ago, there are issues on which Parliament should, as it were, be deferential, and there are issues on which it should not. That if there are apparently credible or plausible allegations of corruption and state capture, that would fall at the end, at which there would be a high constitutional duty on the overseeing body to properly investigate. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Now, there's a great deal in your report, but I'm very conscious of the time constraints. And one of the features of your report is an analysis of the changing political culture in certain periods. So if you could very briefly deal with that, but the object being to come to trying ultimately to answer the question, if it should be the case that Parliament failed in this instance to do what should have been done in respect of allegations of state capture and corruption, what in the political history and political dynamics is of relevance in explaining and understanding that?
So a number of factors are relevant and pertain. I think the two that I would pick on today in my answer to your question, Mr. Freund, would be firstly the political leadership and political climate and culture within the ruling party. And this is not necessarily a point that is specifically or specially made in respect of the ANC, but inevitably it is directed at the ANC because they have had the majority in every single parliament since 1994. But many of the things that one could say about the political conundrum, the dilemma that faces a ruling party in a parliamentary system where there is this overlap between the personnel in parliament and the personnel in the executive arm of government, in cabinet, you could say about probably most, if not all, majority parties around the world. So it's not unique to the ANC, and I think Mr. Self admitted in one of his answers that similar considerations would probably apply if the DA was in office or another opposition party was in government. But having said that, the particular political climate and balance of forces, to use the language that is often used within the ANC, has mattered a great deal to the way in which Parliament has been able to exercise its oversight. The second factor, which we touched on earlier this morning, was the quality, calibre and political heft and clout of the individual members of Parliament, and particularly the committee chairs. Now, take those two factors together and keep them in mind. What one saw during the first Parliament was a high level of talent, political heft and clout within the ANC ranks in Parliament. So you had backbenchers who are now well-known political figures, some of them in cabinet, who were chairs of committee and who strongly defined that role for their committees during the early part, in the 90s, during that first Parliament. During the next two Parliaments, how can one put it, and one must be careful here, because the Mbeki administration was of a completely different character to what came later, the Zuma administration. But I don't think that President Mbeki, with all due respect, and some of his political operators were huge enthusiasts for parliamentary oversight. I don't think they welcomed it with open arms. I think they found it a nuisance rather than something to be cherished. And I think it was partly because although the early 2000s were a time of relative economic prosperity, growth and stability, on the other hand, the administration was really having to wrestle with these deep and difficult challenges of government. And as I said yesterday, government is difficult and you're bound to make mistakes. There are bound to be myriad failings and failures. And Parliament's job, if it's doing it properly, will be to inevitably expose those failures, to ask questions that reveal them, and which then direct attention as to how Parliament, how the executive should do better. So I think that during the 2000s, that was the prevailing mood. And it became, I think, even more apparent during the window at the end of Mbeki's time in government, when he was removed by the change in political forces within the ANC. He was compelled to resign in September 2008. And there was this little window between September 2008 and about a year later, September or October 2009, when I think there was a looseness to the political arrangements. And I set the detail out of this in my report. I won't dwell on it now. It's not necessary, I don't think. But what happened during that period was that Parliament was able to stretch its legs a little bit. And it was able to get involved with the most important issues of the day in a way that had perhaps been somewhat limited in the previous years. And to, I think, a large extent, it's because the new power brokers and powerful actors in the ANC were, in a sense, had taken their eye off Parliament. They had other concerns. For example, during that time that I've just referred to, Thuli Madonsela was appointed by an ad hoc committee of Parliament to become the new public protector, something that no doubt Mr. Zuma and his close allies were later to regret very deeply, I would think. So Parliament stretched its legs during that period, but the truth of the matter is the new Parliament, the fifth Parliament from 2009 to 14, really marked a sea change. From then on, I think Parliament became weaker and weaker until that moment in 2017, when once again, the winds of change blew through the corridors of the ANC. The balance of forces shifted markedly. And as Ms. Ranto described very well, I think, reading certainly between the lines of her evidence, suddenly it became permissible to take the steps as a committee to begin to ask the real questions and to play the role of oversight in a much more meaningful way. And of course, one shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the sequence of events is important here, because Mr. Gordhan and other fierce critics of President Zuma had been dismissed summarily from his cabinet late at night on the 30th of March 2017. And it's no coincidence that 2 months later, one sees the start of this process of that committee, at least, Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises, taking up its cudgels, taking up its responsibilities under the Constitution, and taking a stand, and then having the ESCOM inquiry that you've heard about. And of course, the second factor that year that was extremely relevant, and I heard the Deputy Chief Justice put this in a point to Ms. Ranto, although she didn't appear particularly willing to accept it. But my view, the fact of the matter was that the fact of the National Executive, the National Elective Conference of the ANC at the end of 2017 being on the horizon, and knowing that there'd been a real shift in the balance of power within the ANC, knowing that people were positioning themselves strongly to back a reform candidate in the form of Cyril Ramaphosa, knowing that there was a reasonably good chance that there would be a shift in power at the top of the ANC, meant that, again, the cudgels that were controlling Parliament and the ANC caucus were loosened markedly, and people like Ms. Ranto were able to begin to do their job. Too little, too late, I would say strongly. Parliament failed in its duties during the preceding years. It was sleeping, or it was deliberately asleep, or had been put to sleep on watch, but it failed in its oversight responsibilities. I've no doubt of that.
Well, that's the very point that I wanted to take you to. I appreciate your thumbnail sketch, but of course a great deal of the work of this commission concerns alleged events in the period that you've described, during which the cudgels controlling, as it were, exercised a restraining influence on parliamentary oversight. Could you just elaborate on that in a little more detail? What explains, as you understand it, as it were, the end of what you referred to in your piece as the Prague Spring, and up to the time that you've just described, where in the middle of 2017, some light seems to shine in again on parliamentary oversight?
What explained the positive shift?
What explains the negative shift that preceded that? What did you say was the failure?
Well, it was a failure of political leadership. So it was a failure by the political leadership of the ANC to take Parliament seriously. And it was and one of the many examples that one can bring to bear would have been, and I deal with this as a mini case study in my report, the Nkandla matter. So the Public Protector's report comes before Parliament. Instead of taking it seriously and doing what the Constitutional Court later said it should have done, which was to support, as it is constitutionally required to do, support the Public Protector, a Chapter 9 body, in ensuring that the executive heeded the remedial action that the Public Protector's report said should have been taken. Instead of which, the majority party put down its shutters and point blank refused to do so. It took a highly adversarial position in respect of the Nkandla report from the Public Protector. An ad hoc committee was set up, and in a remarkable display of unity, the like of which I don't think I have ever seen in 25 years of watching Parliament, the opposition parties en banc, I should say, all of them together walked out from that process because they recognized it to be what it was, a major and grave usurpation or failure on part of the majority party to respect their constitutional duty. It was a very cynical act, and it doesn't matter who the particular actors were, I'm not going to name them, but they were, for whatever reason, and you'd have to ask them, they felt beholden to the leadership of the ANC at that time, Mr. Zuma. They felt required to remain loyal to him, and they were doing his bidding in terms of preventing Parliament from doing its job.
Right. Now, I want to start drawing towards a conclusion, and you deal with this from page 30 of your report in the bundle. And I see that you highlight in the middle of page 30, in bold print, probably the only bold print in the entire report, what you see to be the primary pivotal challenge. So if you could maybe just deal with that, please.
So the word that I use in that part of the report, which is the conclusion and recommendations, is the word insulate. So throughout my time watching Parliament and watching politics in general, what strikes me is inevitable is that members of Parliament who stand up to the leadership of their own party will always face pushback. That's the nature of politics. So the question is, how can one, as an institution, find ways to insulate that individual from those pressure points so that they can continue to press on and do what's required of them and to honor their responsibilities under the Constitution? And there's a range of answers to that, and we've traversed quite a few of them already in my evidence, but they range from technocratic solutions within the rules of Parliament, within the system of Parliament. It encompasses issues of training, which, by the way, I think should include ethics training. Before I forget, perhaps I can mention that I spoke to a very senior veteran ANC member, former member of Parliament last week, who persuaded me that ethics training in general, but perhaps training related to oversight functions in particular, should be legislated. And if I can come back, Mr. Freund, briefly to what we discussed yesterday in relation to the Corder report and Professor Corder's recommendations that legislation should prescribe the oversight function and how it should be carried out. As I said yesterday, the time was probably not ripe for that legislation back in the early 2000s. I think there was a good argument, which I accepted at the time, that the better course was to try and create the convention or practice of accountability as a form of insulation. Because if the convention is that backbench MPs can and should ask difficult questions of MPs and not suffer career-limiting consequences as a result, then that convention is one form of insulation. But if that convention and practice is not present, and it hasn't been present and hasn't been created, then maybe we do need to return to the Corder idea of legislation that would require, as a matter of law, MPs to do certain things in performing that oversight function. And then, of course, as I said, the culture and climate within the institution, within the ruling party, matters tremendously. So all of the money in the world, all of the investment in time, energy, resources to fix rules, to create systems, all of that will count, I suspect, for very little, unless the leadership culture is one that says it's permissible to ask difficult questions. It's permissible to take a stand. In fact, we welcome that. And you will not only not suffer negative consequences, but you will be celebrated as an MP of excellence, of quality, somebody who is serving the nation and is doing the right thing for the country and for the political process. Of course, there is a touch of naivety, I suspect, in that proposition, in which case I plead guilty. But in the end, it requires leadership to give that political space to people to take that sort of stand.
And you touched very briefly yesterday, you touch again briefly at this point of your report on reform of the electoral system. Just in short, as I understand it, you believe the time has come to relook at the recommendations of the Van Zyl-Slabbert Commission not as a panacea, but as a part of a reform package?
Yes, I do. Some people regard electoral reform as a panacea. They, I think, see it as a silver bullet that will solve many of our political problems. I don't see it in that way. I've seen the opposite political system, or electoral system, I should say, in the United Kingdom when I was a young professional and a young political activist. I saw it there. It has certain advantages. It also, by the way, comes with certain disadvantages, such as the unfairness in a purely first-past-the-post system, where there is no proportional representation. But the Van Zyl-Slabbert report, I think, is notable because it seems, or it seeks to strike a balance between the principle of proportionality and proportional representation in the Constitution and the upside that comes from direct constituency representation. And as I described yesterday from my own experience with the British constituency system, what a constituency system can do is help provide the individual member of parliament with some degree of insulation, because he or she can say to the chief whip, can say to the party leadership, yes, of course I agree with you. Yes, of course I want to remain loyal, but back in my constituency, people are unhappy about this. They are unhappy about the state of schools, public service delivery, whatever, and they are requiring me, they are demanding that I take a stand in Parliament. And if I don't do that, they will probably choose somebody else to represent them next time, and indeed we may even lose the seat. Now that political process provides then the individual MP with some degree of political insulation, and I think it's why it is high time that the Van Zyl-Slabbert report is brought out of the dusty drawer where it sits, is given proper consideration. Of course, the New Nation decision of the Constitutional Court requiring Parliament to consider how best to change the law to permit independent candidates to stand is perhaps the hook and the ideal timing, in a sense, for that review of the electoral system as a whole. And that in turn would allow Parliament to revoke Section 47(3)(c), the one we have discussed, this, I think, really problematic provision, which really not so much chills, but sends a vast icicle through the institution of Parliament in terms of limiting the scope, the political space that individual MPs may have to take a stand against their own party and their own seniors in the executive.
Now, I've understood you to be stressing the importance of political culture, particularly within a majority party, the importance of leadership and the stance it adopts vis-a-vis the question of oversight. But you do, in addition, have a section which you call the rules of engagement. And broadly speaking, would it be correct to say that you are encouraging or re-looking the Porter report, the OVAC report, the rules revision? You feel that there is useful room for Parliament itself, perhaps, to reconsider the adequacy of its institutional arrangements as regards oversight.
Yes, and I chose, Mr. Freund, in my report not to go through the OVAC, Corder and independent panel reports and cherry pick what I thought were the best recommendations. I think that requires a much more considered review by Parliament itself. Parliament, if it's serious about remedying its failures, if it's serious about ensuring there's no repeat of its failure with regard to state capture, it has to look at this. It has to take all of those reports seriously, and it then has to come up with a new package, a new system within the institution to strengthen its hand and to enable it to play that role more effectively.
Professor Corder, there's a great deal more material in your report, but I'm watching the clock. I have now taken the hour that was allocated. And perhaps let me just ask you one general question, and that is this. What would you say is your core message and your core argument?
So I guess my core point is that we need to find a way to insulate parliamentary committees and the members of parliamentary committees, particularly in the majority party, to give them the political space, the institutional space to do what the Constitution requires of them. That requires, no doubt, some tinkering with the system of Parliament, with the rules, with capacity, with resources, with training, all of those things. But this is not a technocratic fix. This requires a wholesale review of the whole system, including the electoral system. This is not, in cricketing terms, about replacing the off spinner with a leg spinner. This is about looking at who the captain is, who the coach is, the culture within the team, the selection process, youth development, training, preparation, the whole package.
Yes, perhaps if we changed some of our spinners, we would have been not where we are in Pakistan. Thank you, Professor Cullen. That's as far as I want to take it. I don't know, Chair, whether there are further issues you would like to raise with Professor Cullen.
Yes, Professor Cullen, really what one is trying to do here is to think about protection of members of parliament from any adverse consequences for genuinely performing their oversight functions or that's what one is doing, and you use the term insulation, and that's fine as well. But I suspect that one could have a law that says no party may prejudice or discipline a member of parliament for performing its or his or her oversight functions. But you may have a situation which is different from what Dr. Makosi Khoza told me, where she said, well, charges were brought against me by the ruling party for voting in support of the motion of no confidence, even though the Speaker had assured members of Parliament that there would be no adverse consequences, and even though the judgment of the Constitutional Court seemed to say if there is a conflict between a member's loyalty to his or her party and his or her loyalty to the Republic, then the loyalty to the Republic should prevail. But charges were brought against her that, as I understood her evidence, unashamedly were about the fact that she had voted in favor of the motion of no confidence. In many cases, it might not happen like that. In many cases, it may be that a member who is performing his or her oversight functions too well, if I can put it that way, too well, for the ruling party, or a ruling party, might be managed out of Parliament without her exit from Parliament being said by the ruling party to be in any way connected with how she or he has performed his or her oversight functions. But in the end, people would get to know that, you know, if you look at what has happened over the past X number of years, people who have acted in a certain way have somehow found themselves not coming back to Parliament or something like that. What can be done to either encourage the ruling party or a ruling party, any ruling party in the future, either encourage them to allow their members of parliament to perform their oversight functions the way they should? Or what can be recommended or put in place that would discourage the ruling party or any ruling party in the future from taking adverse decisions against or having a negative attitude towards members of parliament, its members of parliament who seek to do really nothing more than do the job that they are there to do as members of parliament to the best of their ability. Do you have any ideas in terms of what can be used as incentives for the ruling party or any ruling party to not to act against people who do their job, or just something that could act as a disincentive?
Chair, thank you. I probably pulled my punches somewhat earlier when I answered Mr. Freund's question about the shift in the prevailing climate in the fifth parliament from 2009 onwards. There's no doubt that there was, throughout the body politic and the ruling party, a climate of fear. I experienced many occasions where individual members of parliament expressed, ANC members of parliament expressed that to me, people I'd known for a long time who were anxious about even talking to me, who refused to discuss matters on cell phone, who, when one met them for tea, removed the battery of their cell phone. I don't want to be melodramatic about it, but the point is that during that period, it became increasingly difficult, even for thick-skinned, experienced, politically savvy politicians within the ruling party to operate in a way that even began to suggest that they were taking a stand or resisting the leadership and in any way threatening the new political economy that was building up around the president of the ANC. There were huge stakes involved, and of course this commission is focused on those. And I think in answering your question, what can be done, the first thing that can be done, because I've no doubt that the report of this commission will be one of the most important documents in the first 100 years of this new democracy, because it will, I have no doubt, examine the institutional failures that allowed state capture to take its hold on the body politic and to threaten the constitutional democracy, and continues to do so. So what this commission and its final report says about this topic, I think will be very important, will carry weight. In itself, it will help remind everybody of the responsibilities of MPs and should remind the political leadership of this country that no individual MP should ever suffer negative consequences or reprisals as a result of having asked the right questions, taken a stand, and stood up against wrongdoing or against inept conduct by the executive. Secondly, I think legislation that prescribes the way in which oversight is performed may help to some extent. It may at least provide the safety blanket for an individual to say, well, I'm doing what the law requires of me. Of course, in a sense, the Constitution already does that, but legislation that sets out, as the Corder report sought to do, the detail of that oversight function could prove to be useful. Ultimately, though, Chair, I'm afraid it's dependent upon the good leadership of a political party and a political system to take that stand and to actively demonstrate and showcase that when an individual does the right thing, speaks up, takes a stand, that he or she will be rewarded. Too often in the past, and Ms. Ranto is of course a good example, having too late in the day perhaps, but having finally done her job as chair of the Public Enterprises Committee from mid-2017 onwards, her reward was to be removed from Parliament. Whereas others, some of whom have been very gravely implicated by evidence in this commission, came back to Parliament, not only came back to Parliament, but found themselves as chairs of committee in the new Parliament. And that sends completely the wrong message out. And I think it's something, if I may say so, that this commission should note and comment on and recognise that it was extremely unhelpful. What that does is cement in the ideas, or in the minds of MPs, the idea that such behaviour will not be well taken by the leadership. It will, in fact, be career limiting, to use the euphemism. And lastly, fourthly, I think back to the electoral system, there's no doubt that individually elected, directly elected members of Parliament will have more strength. They will have the legitimacy and the direct power that comes from direct election will give them a little bit more political muscle in finding a new balance between the executive and the legislature. Thank you.
Is there merit in, or would there be merit in considering the possibility of creating a room for a member of Parliament who is able to show that the only reason why I have been managed out or dismissed, maybe, managed out, the only reason why I've been managed out of Parliament is, or not been brought back, is either solely or dominantly because I have sought to ensure that I do my job as a member of Parliament in terms of parliamentary oversight properly. Would there be any merit in thinking about whether there should be a possibility of a member of Parliament who can show that to have the possibility of being granted some monetary compensation? I mean, and of course, if one is thinking about that, the next thing is who must pay, and maybe the party that manages him or her out must pay, so that over time it can realize that there is cost to managing people out of Parliament just because they are doing their job properly, because for many MPs, I would imagine, who may be wanting to do the right thing, but see the threat of losing their job as MPs and not having any alternative or viable alternative, the one thing that would be uppermost in their minds is, I won't be able to put bread on the table for my family. What about my children at school and whatever. But maybe, just maybe, if they know that, well, I'm not assured of compensation, but there is a forum and there is a possibility, and I think I can prove my case that in terms of performance, I've really done nothing wrong other than that what is considered to be wrong by my party is proper performance of my duties as a member of Parliament. Would there be any merit in considering whether something like that should be given thought?
Chair, although I respect the sentiment that lies behind your thought, I'm afraid I don't see merit in it. I see only problems in terms of both the law and the politics of it. Causation would be just one of many, I think, challenges.
Yes.
In the end, who represents a parliament? I'm sorry.
No, continue.
In the end, Forgive me, DCJ.
No, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Well, I was simply going to say, in the end, who is chosen to represent a political party is an innately, inherently political choice for that political party. And in the end, the strongest safeguard in relation to poor choices in that regard is through the election process, where the electorate decide whether or not a wise choice was made. And I think the institutional answer to your question may be in the form of that tracking and monitoring system earlier, and the ability of committees to publish reports that are strong in terms of saying, we took a stand, we asked the executive to do X, Y, and Z, it hasn't responded in the way that it should have done. Here is our report, and signed by the members of that committee. And then that report has to be the testimony, as it were, the legacy of that piece of work by that committee. And the electorate and the media and civil society observers can then see that, see Parliament has done its job. And then in the political discourse, that should wash through and be weighed in the balance.
I guess part of your answer maybe takes one to the proposition that whatever one does with regard to the issue of parliamentary oversight and what a ruling party might do or might not do, and so on, somewhere one has got to say the electorate, the voters, must take a view of how every political party is doing, what they are doing, and, so to speak, punish it if it is doing something that the electorate disapproves of, and that's one of the things that must be taken into account. Namely, we can't provide concrete solutions for all problems that are, guaranteed to work. But also we must remember that this is politics. This is a political area, and the voters, have a very important role. If they disapprove of something that a political party is doing, when they want to show their disapproval, they do. And so maybe, in a way, part of what that says is we must just, whatever we do, we must maybe not be too ambitious, and we must accept that there are certain things that just can't be guaranteed.
Yes, I agree, Chair. There are certain things where no law can possibly have a positive impact, or no rule, I should say, can have a positive impact, because the choices that have been made, the issues that are on the table are inherently political. Where it comes to the question of the electorate, I agree with you that the issue must be, to what extent is the electorate able, through the information available to it, to make an informed, considered judgment about the performance of the people that it has elected. And one of the defects, I would argue, of the current system is because of the list system and the control of the list system by political parties and their leadership. The electorate has almost no say in who is on that list, and therefore has a very difficult choice to make at election time, choosing just between parties. Even if, having looked at the list, it is unhappy with the fact that certain individuals may be on that list. With direct representation, and again, I caution, it's not the solution to everything, but it at least provides the electorate with the knowledge of who it has chosen, an individual that it can name, see, and directly hold to account. And that individual, in theory at least, and often in practice from my experience, the electorate will then hold that individual directly to account, making sure that he or she raises the issues in Parliament that community in that geographically contained constituency want him or her to raise in Parliament. And that, I think, would be an improvement, or could be a significant improvement.
So I think one can say, based on your evidence, and maybe the evidence of others, that this is not a situation where one can come up with one proposal to say this is what needs to be changed and that fixes the whole problem. It's a situation where probably a number of things might need to be done, each one of which is not on its own enough, but it contributes to a certain degree to changing the situation. I mean, you have made the point that the constituency system is not a panacea, but it has a role to play. And then I think you may have said this, but maybe another witness said this, to say, well, certainly Ms. Mazzoni, I think that there may be a need for certain portfolio committees to be chaired by a member of parliament who doesn't belong to the majority party. That's one. Of course, when one looks at SCOPA, which has been chaired by a member of parliament who doesn't belong to the ruling party, its track record appears to be that it's doing very well, or it has done very well over the years. There may be different degrees of success, but there seems to be some consensus that it has done reasonably well compared to some portfolio committees. And when Mr. Godi was giving evidence, I asked him what he attributed that to. Then he told me about how he, as chairperson, made a decision to go out of his way to try and get the committee to work as a team. So it may be that the fact that it's somebody from a different political party has something to contribute, plus the personality and leadership skills of a particular individual. But you may have mentioned other possible measures as well.
So, Chair, thank you. I think you're right. I agree with your initial point to analysis. And you ended up by speaking of the role of the committee chair. I would submit that the role of the committee chair is pivotal. It's perhaps the most important set of positions in the whole of Parliament, bar the Speaker. The quality, caliber, independence, and leadership skills of the committee chairs determines almost 90%, I would say, of whether that committee is able to function effectively and to do its job under the Constitution. And so, in some respects, it doesn't matter whether that chair is a opposition or ANC or ruling party chair. What matters is whether they have those skills. Often, the membership of the committee will matter a lot. So I saw some committees, the most effective over the years, were the ones where the membership of the committee was very consistent over a long period of time. So the Justice Committee, for example, Justice and Constitutional Affairs Committee, was one of the best committees in Parliament for a very long time, over several parliaments, because although it had a very robust ANC chair, he had leadership skills and he was willing to listen to the opposition, and the opposition and ANC benches were able to operate as a team with a level of trust and respect that ensured that, yes, the ANC's majority was respected and understood as it needs to be. They have the majority, and we should not ever lose sight of that. So I'm very careful to reach for counter-majoritarian fixes that actually, in a sense, fail to recognize or respect the fact that one party has won a majority at an election. We should be very careful of that. What we need to do is find institutional solutions and remedies that strengthen the ability of majority party members in Parliament to honour their duties under the Constitution, as I've said, and to take a stand where necessary against more senior members of their own party. That's the nub of this.
Thank you very much, Professor Calland. I don't know, Mr. Freund, whether there is anything arising that you would like to ask?
Chair, if I might,
Yes.
Professor, it's just an issue that I think is not brought to the fore, although I know Professor Calland would be very sensitive to it. So I'd just like to bring to the fore the question of party discipline and the legitimacy of party discipline is a factor that I think you recognize. Am I correct, Professor Calland? And the discussion that we're having is not about the subversion of that principle, but rather about recognizing that there must be a scope for an exception in fairly limited circumstances against pressure from a political party on a member of Parliament not to follow conscience, not to follow constitutional values. But I just want your comment on the legitimacy of party discipline, particularly in the context of a PR list system constitution that we have. And just to indicate that you are sensitive to this issue and what its implications are.
Mr. Freund, I'm sorry, that you cut out right at the beginning of your question. What was the principle that you're referring to?
The principle is that I understand that you are aware of, and I think that you also accept the legitimacy of, the core principle of party discipline in our system. But I'm putting to you that even though that is the case, you are really arguing that in certain limited circumstances, some type of exception must be recognized to protect the bona fide MP following conscience, and particularly when there's this conflict between conscience, constitutional values on the one hand, and party instructions on the other hand. If you'd just care to comment on that.
Well, of course, political parties can only be effective political creatures if there is a sufficient discipline within them. They require a level of discipline, otherwise they fall apart. And parties that are ill-disciplined rarely succeed. And so the desire of party political bosses and managers to instill a sense of loyalty and discipline is not only unavoidable, but probably entirely appropriate. What's not appropriate is where an individual member of Parliament is put under pressure, legal or illegal, where they are intimidated, where they are threatened, and where they are pushed into a position where they feel they cannot raise an issue, even though it may be an issue of great significance and importance, such as corruption, such as maladministration, such as gross negligence or incompetence in the state. And if they're in a position where they feel they can't raise those issues, either within the ANC, within the ruling party, or in Parliament, then of course that, I would argue, is a failure of leadership, a failure of political culture. And so when I think it was said by senior members of the ANC after one of the no confidence votes that individual MPs who had voted against President Zuma would be sought out and disciplined, then of course that is a problem. Where you have a maverick MP who decides to dishonor the political manifesto, policy manifesto and ambitions of a ruling party, if he or she then steps out of line, they must accept the consequences. But that's an entirely different proposition, an entirely different situation. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Calland. Thank you for availing yourself to assist the Commission. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much.
I will now excuse you. And if we need to ask you to supplement your submission and deal with certain questions, I'm sure if we approach you, you will make time for that.
Very well. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Chief Justice.
Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, I presume that at this stage I too shall be excused, and I will leave you to matters related to ESCOM.
Yes, that's what we'll do, and it's 11 o'clock. So I think I will take the tea adjournment now. That will give them, the ESCOM workstream team, time to set up. And then thereafter, when we resume, we will then continue. So you are also excused, Mr. Freund.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Selega,
Morning, Chairperson.
I am alive to the fact that we have eaten a lot into your time. we will do the best we can to compensate you for it.
Okay. No, in order, Chair.
Yes. If I take the tea adjournment now and we resume at 11:15, will that give you enough time to set up? Or should I add more time?
Let's until 20 past, Chair.
20 past,
20
yeah.
past, yes.
Okay, all right. We'll take the tea adjournment now. We adjourn.
Good day, Doctor. Good day, Dr. Ostrovic. Good day, Dr. Ostrovic. Dr. Ostrovic, are you there? Dr. Ostrovic, are you there? Good day, Dr. Ostrovic.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. I can hear you. Is Dr. Yes. Has Dr.
There's
Anteta
nobody
logged
else
on?
on the session. It's just IT at this stage, guys.
Okay, because we're still waiting for her to log on.
Okay?
We're still waiting for the witness to log on.
And we're waiting for the guest and for the, is the council in the chambers or is the council going to be on Zoom?
The councillor is here.
Imani?
Mr. Seleka is here. The legal team is all here. Yes, they're here. We're just waiting for the witness to appear.
Okay.
There we go. I can see her now.
Hearing venue.
Good day, Dr. Ndeta.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
How
All
are
right,
you?
and you?
I'm good. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can.
We can also hear you very loud and clear. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are about to begin in 5 minutes.
All right. Are you fine with your glares and your everything else?
We are fine. So far, so clear. We can hear you loud and clear. And we can also see you. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank you. Once again, Dr. Ndeta, are you going to take the oath or affirmation?
The religious one.
She did. She did.
They're both religious. Dr. Nteta, how are you? How are you?
Hello. Oh, I see someone's hand. Was someone speaking?
Yes, that's me. That's Bule. How are you?
There's somebody who's speaking. I very quietly. I cannot really hear what they are saying. The person who was speaking before asking me about the oath, I heard them fine.
Okay, we're testing
No,
my
I
mic
think
then.
they're talking in the background, sitting next
Test
to it.
mic.
Oh,
That's fine.
thank you.
That's fine. They'll make a big noise when it's your turn then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
No way. I want to ask Dr. Nteta whether you have all the reference bundles. You have your affidavit, the bundle of your affidavit. Yeah, that's what we are testing as well. No, it can't be the voice. This thing is so loud. Can you hear me, Dr. Nteta?
Yes, I can now. Yes.
Can you see me? Can you see me?
Yes, I can. Yes. Now, yes, now I can see you.
Okay. Let's quickly check whether you have the Tigeta reference bundle, including the bundle of your affidavit.
Okay, you're not very clear. And I
Oh.
think of all the people in the room, you need to be the clearest.
That's right. I agree with you. Am I still unclear?
That's better, a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better, okay. All right, you wanted to go through the bundles?
No, I wanted you to, I'm checking with you whether you have all the bundles, the Tigeta reference bundle
Yes.
and your own bundle.
Yes, so I have the ESCOM 18, ESCOM bundle 18,
Yes.
and then
ESCOM bundle 14.
just get, and yes, ESCOM bundle 14. So let me make sure
Okay.
both. Why have I got two 18s open? Okay.
I think in the electronic this is specified.
Where did I save it?
That's what this is. Yes.
And then if you can just confirm the numbering, is it black or red?
Always black.
It will be used.
Always black.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you,
And
thank you.
you are being asked to, are you using it?
Advocate,
Yes.
you keep coming and going,
Yeah, they're sabotaging
your
me.
voice.
They
I
sabotage.
think so. I think so.
Huh? It's so, yeah. Okay, let's test the mic. Jens, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Yes, look how close it is. Yeah. Ooh.
Advocate, you must decide whether you want to talk to me or look at me, because when you look at me on the screen, your voice goes low.
Yeah, I think they need to sort it out quickly.
That's much better. Whatever happened, that's much better.
Yes, is the technicians.
Much better. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Now that you're able to hear me, they are asking me,
Much better.
much better, they are asking me to ask you to move a little bit away from your screen, either your computer or laptop, whichever one you're using.
Is that better?
Is it a yes? Okay, that's a yes. Dr. Nteta,
Yes.
I think we are on page 71 of
Page 31
71 of
of
Bundle
bundle
14.
14
Yes.
or bundle
14,
18?
1-4.
Bundle 14? Okay. You were saying page
71.
8.
71.
Okay. Okay.
Witness lost the connection. Don't you have a...
Hi, Doctor. Dr. Ostrovich.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, we're still waiting for the witness to log in again. She disappeared.
Yeah, the witness dropped off.
Yes. So we're still waiting for her to log in again. Yeah, she's busy logging in now.
Okay.
Yeah, but... Yes.
I'm back.
You're back.
I may have moved the computer and everything, so you let me know.
It looks fine.
Okay.
I think this thing is coming apart. Dr. Nteta, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, I can.
Yeah. So you know
Yes, I can.
you know the plan.
Sorry? I didn't hear what you were saying.
I can't speak to you in clear terms.
You can't speak to me in something.
In clear terms. I say, remember,
I'm going to ask whatever they did before, maybe making it you a little bit louder. Because again, you're coming and going.
we are about to start.
Okay.
All right.
Good morning once again, Mr. Slaker. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
Yes, are you ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Yes.
Dr. Nteta is our next witness.
Good morning, Dr. Nteta.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. We'll have to administer the oath of affirmation again because of the lapse of time. Registrar, please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Ayanda Khomotso Lindiwe Nteta.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may then proceed, Mr. Slaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Nteta, you can hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just by way of introduction to Dr. Nteta's evidence, Chairperson, or continuation of the evidence.
Oh, yes, if you can just help the public to remember what we were dealing with and where we left off and what you'll seek to cover with
Correct.
Evidence as well as with the evidence of other witnesses of the work, ESCOM work stream this week.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Chair. So, the ESCOM work stream, let me start with that one, Chairperson. The ESCOM work stream this week is scheduled to present evidence over a period of 3 days, from today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Dr. Nteta is the first of the 6 witnesses who will be testifying on the ESCOM work stream this week. We will have Ms. Benita Klein after Ms. Nteta, Dr. Nteta. Tomorrow we have Dr. Pat Naidu and Ms. Viroshni Naidu. And on Thursday, we are scheduled to lead the evidence of Mr. Mark Paminsky. And if time permits, Chairperson, Ms. Suzanne Daniels as well.
Yes.
Starting with today's witness, Dr. Nteta is a former employee of ESCOM. She was in the department or division called Fuel Sourcing as a senior manager in that division. She has testified previously about a couple of aspects, which include her interaction with Mr. Tony Gupta, her involvement in the Brakfontein contract that was concluded between Eskom and Tegeta. And today, she will go into the details of the submission that was prepared in regard to the 659 million rand prepayment. We had started with it, but we could not finish because we had Mr. Molefe having to testify last time. Dr. Nteta, you have followed that introduction.
Correct.
Yes. Chairperson, the bundle we are using is Eskom bundle 14114. Dr. Nteta's affidavit is found in Exhibit U28. Exhibit U28.
His or her affidavit is actually Exhibit U28.1.
Correct, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Correct. It has been admitted as Exhibit U28.1.
Yeah. What page were we on when you...
We are on page 71.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My microphone is too loud on my ears, Chair.
Sorry?
I said my microphone is too loud on my ears, but I suppose it's meant to assist Dr. Nteta hear me. Dr. Nteta, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, thank you. I think they've adjusted it. I can hear myself now talking.
Okay.
Dr. Nteta, we're going to lead your evidence on what is or what was a submission made to the board, the board tender committee in April 2016. That submission motivated for a prepayment decision by the BTC of an amount of 659 million rand to Tegeta. We can see from your affidavit and the brief testimony you gave last time that you took part in the drafting of that submission. I would like you to explain to the chairperson how did the drafting of that submission come about. In other words, go to the beginning of what caused the drafting of the submission to be made. So just as you start, remember that we are, from a time point of view, we are on the 8th of April 2016, and you're going to take us through either to before that and going forward after the 8th of April 2016.
I'm sorry, before Dr. Nteta says, is the submission you're talking about, Mr. Selega, the one that is referred to at page 73? That heading, preparation of the submission to the board tender committee.
Let me check it, Chairperson.
Or you can just tell me where I find it.
May I comment?
No, just 1 second. Mr. Selega is still trying to answer my question. Or you can take me to the page where the submission appears.
Yeah. Let me take the chairperson. But in terms of the affidavit, I mean, in terms of the evidence, Chair, I'm still at her affidavit. The submission,
Just be careful not to speak too far away from the
yes,
mic.
page 190, Chairperson. 190. Or Chair, were you asking about in her affidavit, where she's dealing with it?
Well, I think your question, you asked her, I think, to tell me how a certain submission,
Oh, okay. I see.
how it came about, that it was prepared and so on. So, and then I looked at the affidavit to see where that is, and I saw that heading. But I think that what you have just told me means that you are asking about the submission that appears at page 190.
190. That's
Yeah.
correct, Chairperson.
In the affidavit, is it dealt with somewhere, just so that I can link the two? But if it's not, it's okay.
Yes. No, it is. It is, Chair. She deals with the draft from paragraph 8.2 onwards.
Okay. Okay, maybe paragraphs 8.2 to 8.11 is how it came about, and then 8.12 and following is the actual preparation.
Yes, for instance, Chair, on page 74 of her affidavit, paragraph 8.18. The submission she's referring to at the last paragraph, which is exchanged between herself and Ms. Daniels. It's Annexure
Yes.
12.
And 8.19, she says, while preparing the submission document to PTC, I realized that blah, 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 blah. Okay, no, that's fine. Let's, but at least you are talking about the document that starts at page 190.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Ntete, if you still remember the question, you can go ahead and answer. If in the meantime, with all the questions from me, you
Yes.
have lost track of the question, then Mr. Selega can repeat it.
Indeed. Chairperson, maybe what I should do for the chairperson is to refer the chairperson to the signed submission. That is in the Tegeta reference bundle. Let me give, because what Dr. Ntete is going to testify about is how the submission was drafted, but she didn't attach the signed one. So the signed one, it's in the Tegeta reference bundle, which is ESCOM bundle 18. And that is on, I think it's 18A, Chairperson, on page 292.
Yes, okay. Is that the same document as the one at page 190 in the other bundle, but the difference that this one is signed?
The one on page 90, it's a draft.
Oh,
It ends up being, that's the final
the
version
final, okay.
of the draft. So
Okay,
they will not be exactly the same.
Yeah,
It just shows you the evolution of the
yeah,
document.
okay.
Yes,
But at this stage, you are asking about the one at 190.
correct, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay.
How she drafted it, how it came about.
Okay. I guess you might You might wish to just repeat your question for her.
Yes. Dr. Nteta, if I may repeat the question. I was saying, having started with the evidence regarding the board, the submission to the board for a prepayment of 659 million rand, could you please explain to the chairperson how the drafting of that submission came about? And from a timing point of view, we are on the 8th of April, 2016. You can take the chairperson to the events prior to the 8th of April, 2016 and onwards.
Thank you. So with regards to the drafting of the submission that went to the board of 11th April 2016, I'm going to take you to before the 8th of April. And in fact, what I would also like to do before I start is also just refer to, I'm going to give a few definitions because I'm going to assume that when I do talk, I'm going to be using, I'm going to say ESCOM language. So I'm going to be referring to there's a procurement procedure which we call the 321034. And this was available in Mr. Mabelani's affidavit, where he talks about the different roles in terms of people within procurement and within the organization. And he speaks specifically in reference to the document, the roles of, for example, the group executive for group technology, the divisional executive for primary energy. He speaks of a cost center manager and end user and the procurement.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Nteta. Sorry, Dr. Nteta.
Yes.
I would like you to tell the chairperson, even before that, when you were approached by Mr. Ravindra Nath of Tegeta, because I think that's where the whole story starts.
I think before
Yes,
Dr. Nteta...
I'm getting there.
Yes, before Dr. Nteta, your mic is too far away from you, Mr. Silega. Yes, so
Gotcha.
I couldn't hear, for example, the name of somebody you mentioned in what you were saying to Dr. Nteta.
Yes, that's Mr. Ravindra Nath.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Nteta?
Okay. So prior to the 8th of April, Mr. Ravindra Nath, who is the CEO of Tegeta, had approached me and indicated to me that they have an ability to provide us with coal for several months. He had approached me because they currently had a contract with ESCOM for the similar supply, and that particular contract was due to end around the 13th to the 15th of April, by them providing all the coal that is required. So I would say approximately end of March, in that period, he then approached me and said that he had coal to offer, and we engaged in terms of that particular coal to offer. Subsequent, and I'm going to say perhaps there may be one or two engagements that happened in that time, but I cannot be sure of the exact number.
Yes, I'm sorry, Dr.
Leading up
Nteta.
to around,
I'm sorry. When he said he had coal to offer, was he speaking in the context of seeking an extension of the contract that was about to expire, or was he talking about a different contract that he had in mind if you were interested in his coal?
Chairperson, it's difficult to say because we actually just would assume it's similar coal, and we were looking to extend the current contract. And because that is one of the mechanisms that we can, rather than getting into a new contract. I'm not sure if I've answered
Okay,
your
no, that's
question.
fine. Okay. You may continue.
So the discussion initially was purely in terms of, we have coal, would like to offer it to ESCOM, and engagements in terms of the period and the volumes. As we move closer to the 8th of April, I would say perhaps the 7th or the 6th, but in that quite close to the 8th of April, if not on the 8th of April itself. Mr. Nath then indicated to me to say that while we have the particular coal to offer, we would require that ESCOM prepays for this coal. And that is where the discussion then starts in terms of a prepayment of coal. Now, when I made reference to the procurement policy, my role in terms of procurement is in terms of fuel sourcing, is a procurement manager. So I indicated to Mr. Nath that now that he is bringing in an element of payment terms for the particular coal, it is not specifically in my ambit, and I'm not truly sure in terms of how to go about in terms of the payment aspects, and it is not within my ambit. It would be something that finance would have to talk to. So I indicated to him that I would have to get back to him with regards to the particular prepayment. Once I knew that he wanted a prepayment for the coal, I then went to look for my immediate manager, which at the time was the Senior General Manager for Primary Energy, Mr. Mboweni. I was not able to find him, but I was then able to find Mr. Edwin Mabelani, who is at the time was the Chief Procurement Officer. And I indicated to him that while there's an offer for particular coal from Tegeta, they have now put in a precondition for prepayment of this particular coal. And I sought his guidance in terms of how should I go about this particular transaction, bearing in mind that as the procurement manager within Primary Energy, I'm used to I will call it the vanilla procurement of coal.
Dr.
He then advised me.
Sorry, Dr.
I
Nteta.
will pause.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, if I may. I would like you to explain to the chairperson, when in his approach to you, Mr. Nath, does he make a prepayment request? Because as we recall from the evidence last time, Tegeta had 2 short-term contracts with ESCOM already at this stage by the 8th of April 2016. So there was a short-term contract in January 2016, another short-term contract concluded in February 2016, which was about to expire in April 2016. Those contracts were for Tegeta to supply coal to Arnott Power Station. If you agree, speak to the mic.
Yes, there were 2 previous requirements. So my understanding of your question is that when exactly did he then indicate that there was a prepayment requirement for the coal?
Yeah.
The prepayment that the requirement for prepayment, as I said, was, I would say, probably between the 6th and the 8th of April. I can't say exact date. Just to indicate that prior to that, we had been communicating, but we'd only been communicating on the acquisition of coal without discussing the payment terms.
Yes. Yeah, that's
Have
important.
I answered your question?
Yes, no, that's important to note, because you would have seen Mr. Koza also says that when the request came to them, to the BTC, or in his initial discussions with Mr. Edwin Mabelane, he understood the request only to relate to the acquisition of coal and not to a prepayment request.
I have seen the affidavit of Mr. Koza with regards to, and you're highlighting his conversation with Mr. Mabelane. I would rather suggest that you speak to either Mr. Koza or Mr. Mabelane with regards to that, because the initial discussion that I had with Mr. Mabelane was in the period between the 6th and the 8th of April, and it was prior to me beginning to draft the document, because my conversation with him was where I then sought the advice in terms of how to go about including the prepayment in a submission for coal.
I see. You may proceed.
So I find it hard to believe that Mr. Koza did not know that there was a prepayment requirement.
I see. By the way, he was the chairperson of the BTC.
Yes, he was the chairperson of the board tender committee, and the document indicates on the first page, second resolution prepayment. So I find it hard to believe that he did not know.
Okay. Just proceed where you ended. You're approaching Mr. Mabelane.
So I approached Mr. Mabelane, and his advice to me was then to prepare a submission for the acquisition of coal, because the acquisition of coal is not simply just the acquisition of coal, but there are payment terms which are not the standard payment terms for coal, and that it should rather than go to the board tender committee. So having had that discussion with Mr. Mabelane, I then commenced with the drafting of the submission document. As I indicated earlier, is that why I had sought guidance and advice in terms of the submission is that as the procurement manager within Primary Energy, I personally had not dealt with prepayment for coal. So I then, in terms of the drafting, began to engage and send several versions and drafts to Mr. Mabelane. Included in that, my interactions and my engagements, I also then engaged with Ms. Daniels with regards to the particular submission. The submission then was drafted, and I'm going to use the evidence that was provided to me by the investigators, that in terms of the time frame, that the submission was then drafted from about the 8th up until the 11th in terms of April. In that period, I engaged both telephonically as well as via emails, which is where you see various drafts of the document on the particular submission. And I engaged with my superiors, which would be specifically Mr. Mboweni, Mr. Mabelane, Ms. Daniels, and Mr. Koko.
Yes. Sorry, just pause there for a moment. Just pause there, I beg your pardon. I think we should also indicate to the chairperson that the 8th is actually a Friday, and that this drafting which takes place during this period is being pursued over the weekend. And the 11th is a Monday, when the submission is ultimately placed before the BTC. Correct?
Correct.
So you would have worked over the weekend exchanging the draft submission between yourself and Ms. Daniels and the officials the executives that you have mentioned?
Yes, I would have done that. As I indicated to you, I've looked at in terms of the evidence that the investigators provided to me, and I think most of the drafting looks like it was on the Sunday, based on the email exchanges that happened. But I do believe that
Oh, the line is frozen. So while we wait for her, depending on the chairperson's preference,
Yeah, there's something you want to deal with, you can.
yeah, we could, when she comes back, we could go into those emails, chairperson.
Yes.
Just for the chairperson to
Yeah.
follow what happened.
Yes, we can do that. I wonder whether we should adjourn or not.
I was going to propose that.
Yeah, okay, let's adjourn to enable the technicians to attend to the problem.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
Hello. Mr.
Yes, Doctor, we can hear you.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Witness is coming back.
Welcome back, Dr. Ndazi. Dr. Ndeta, sorry. Dr. Ndeta, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you.
I can hear you. Um,
Yes, we can also hear you. We are about to.
Apologies for that. Okay.
Yes, I think there are connection issues from your side. I don't know if maybe, is there a way maybe you can try to move around and try to get a stable connection? Because the issue that we
There
had.
actually is not. I've heard that the generators have come on.
Oh,
I think it's quite ironic if there's a load shedding
oh, a power failure. Okay, okay. All right. Okay,
on
thank
this.
you.
On this. So I'm hoping that it is the last time. Should I continue? I don't hear any sound coming from,
our side.
I don't know if the evidence leader is speaking.
Yes, I am just testing my microphone. Can you hear me? I'm
Yes, I
testing.
can hear you.
Yes. We have adjourned, so in order to reconnect you.
Oh,
Yes.
apologies.
Okay, shall we start? I was asking Rowan about it. Can you draw it to his attention so that it can be updated? Can you have a sound when we're ready to close? No, it's not. Yeah, but I think the mistake is, let's see. Just check. But I think we gave her this document. Can we proceed? Okay, the witness is back. I think we can proceed. Yeah. Yeah, we gave her the email. She said she's about to investigate this. To check the sequence of events when they drafted the submission. So, if I'm wrong, I made a mistake. You back? You can hear? Doctor? You can hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, remember you need to take the DCJ through the evidence, the emails.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just relax. It will go quicker when you are relaxed.
Pardon?
It will go quicker when you are relaxed.
Okay. I think I'm being put off by this technology, the Wi-Fi. It's never happened, so
Okay.
it's really putting me off.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank-
I understand that there is a risk that there might be a repetition, but let's hope for the best.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, okay, all right.
Dr. Nteta was apparently experiencing load shedding, but they are now, she said to us they are using the generators.
Oh, okay, no. Thank you, Dr. Nteta. Let's hope everything will go well.
Yes. So Dr. Nteta, you recall where you were. That's the drafting of the submission. The drafting is done
Yes.
over the weekend. And I think if you can, please, you need to take the chairperson through the evidence. So if you could go to the annexures, show the chairperson, this is the email that was sent from yourself to Ms. Daniels or Mr. Mboweni. I think you should do so. Thank you.
Okay. I will try my best.
If you need the page references, I can
So-
also assist you.
Okay. Thank you. So I was at the, in terms of the drafting of the submissions. I also just omitted to indicate as well, on the 8th of April, and in fact, in the times leading up to that, we also, within primary energy, we have a division, we have an activation called the Primary Energy Tactical Command Center. And this Primary Energy Tactical Command Center, the evidence leader will then want me to take you to it is actually in one of the submissions I got, it's U27, MMK 860.
Oh, I think Mr. Selega will assist.
861. Okay, 866.
Is that the page? Is that the
I'm
page
referring
number?
you to it just as a reference point as well for these primary energy tactical command centers. So when there is
Okay, hang on.
an issue
Hang on,
in terms of
Dr. Nteta. You have referred us to a certain page. I think you are referring to some memo in that page, if I'm not mistaken. Do you want us to go there or it's not necessary?
I don't think it is necessary, but I will allow for the evidence leader to guide if you
Yes,
if you
okay.
need to look at it.
All right,
I'm going
okay.
to mention it in passing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, just say again what it is. I think you were mentioning what that document is.
Yes. So the Primary Energy Department has what we call a tactical command center, which gets activated when there is an issue with regards to predominantly the supply of coal. So I'm referring to this particular meeting, and I'm also referring to this particular event, because that particular event was happening on the 8th of April. So what was in terms of the lead up, there was a supplier that was wanting to provide coal. There was an issue in terms of we were not meeting the requirements for, in terms of the expected requirements for coal. And the Primary Energy Tactical Command Center had indicated that we need to start looking for additional coal. This particular division, this tactical command center is what would then initiate in terms of the requirement or the need, which the procurement person, which is the fuel sourcing person, would then act on. I provide that as just background. So there was a requirement for coal. The tactical command center had also indicated that we require coal, and the supplier was then looking in terms of coal, and I approached Mr. Mabelane in terms of guidance, in terms of how do we then take this transaction forward, bearing in mind there are some conditions that relate to prepayment. Now, leading to the exchange of emails that happened over the weekend. So the submission document was initially drafted by myself, and then it was then sent through to Ms. Daniels, Mr. Mabelane, Mr. Mboweni, and Mr. Koko. I would like to request, and this is delegating upwards, I would like to request the evidence leader to just indicate the annexure with regards to the emails that were sent on Sunday.
Yes. Chair, that's page, ESCOM bundle 14, page 189. Page 189.
Okay, I've got it.
So what you see before you is one of the emails that was then sent through that had the attachment of one of the versions of the submission document that I'm referring to in terms of the submission. So in that period, I was engaging both, as I indicated, via email as well as telephonically to get the submission prepared. The morning of the 11th, my principals had received the particular document and they had comments with regards to the various documents for which they would then call me. And when I say principals, I will speak about Ms. Daniels, Mr. Mabelane, Mr. Mboweni, and Mr. Koko. They called me with regards to inputs for the particular submission. They also provided inputs via email in terms of track changes, comments with regards to the document. The date is now the 11th of April, and it is
just hang on one second, Dr. Nteta. So yes. The attachment to the email at page 189 was the draft, was the executive summary that starts at page 190. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And when you say by principal, you refer to the people that you mentioned, are they all, do you call all of them principal or what? Principals or what?
No, principal. So when I refer to the word principal, what I was trying to say that is people who would be my seniors. I'm not too sure what word I should use.
Oh, okay. Well, seniors seems to be better because principal is, well, I don't know if you said principals, we must just do just one. So that's the category of people we are talking about.
Yes.
And when you say they called you, did they all call you? I'm sorry, when you say they called you, did they all call you or they had a discussion among themselves and one of them called you on behalf of the whole group or what?
So when I say called, I don't know if they would have had a discussion among themselves. What I'm referring to is that they would, for example, Mr. Mabelane would then pick up the phone and then indicate, you've sent the document, this is the change, etc. Or Ms. Daniels would do so. So I'm just saying it was at different times. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is that I was coordinating input from several different people.
Okay, all right. You may continue.
Okay. The input that I was also coordinating was both via telephone. It was also by email in terms of comments that they sent through.
Yeah. Let's look at Let's look at your email on page 189. Your email on page 189 is from yourself to Ms. Suzanne Daniels. It's sent on Sunday, 10 April 2016 at 2017. You see that? You see that?
Yes, I'm getting there, but
Oh,
yes.
you're getting there.
Mr. Sulega, I may have misunderstood you earlier on. I thought you had said the 11th was a Friday. Or was it
The 8th.
the 8th?
The
Oh,
8th.
okay, all
The
right.
11th is a Monday,
Okay, all right.
and they're working over the weekend
Yeah,
to land on Monday and submit the document
Yes.
to BTC.
okay, all right.
You are there now, Dr. Nteta?
Yes.
Okay. She's using the electronic version, so it takes a while for her to get to the right page.
Yes, I'm on 14190, executive summary.
Okay,
Yes.
I wanted you to be on the page before that, which is your email to Ms. Suzanne Daniels. And there you write, "Hi, please see attached executive summary. I have not addressed the prepayment issue. It is in the resolution only. Regards, Ayanda." You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Yes. Can you explain to the chairperson what you meant by that statement? I have not addressed the prepayment issue. It is in the resolution only.
So that particular statement in the email was to highlight to Ms. Daniels that the resolution in terms of the request for a prepayment is in the resolution. Now, the general document is about a 4 to 5 page document. So it was just to highlight to her that I've put it in the resolution, make her aware that it's in the resolution, and then just to gain guidance if it needs to be added elsewhere within the particular document.
Okay, now go to page 190. Go to page 190.
190.
Yes, the next
Yes.
page. Just please guide us as to
Yes,
what is the resolution in this document
it is.
where the prepayment is incorporated. So I see on page 190, you have paragraph 1.
So the resolution is in,
Yeah, carry on.
yeah. So where it was highlighting that is in paragraph 2 in terms of resolution required, and it is 2.2, where it says to provide a prepayment of the 500 million for coal to be supplied, that particular resolution.
Yes. Now, I think you need to tell the chairperson also who came up with the amount of 500 million rand.
So with regards to the 500 million, it would have been an estimate in terms of the calculation of the rand value versus times the rand per gigajoule at the time. So you would.
It's frozen again.
It's the problem again.
Yes. Is it from her side? Apparently, it's on her side, Chairperson. She's been disconnected again. Yeah. I don't know what to suggest now.
Hey, could give us a problem.
Yeah.
And actually, but now there's a generator. Why is it giving us the problems?
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess
They're,
nobody knows.
yeah, they're trying to communicate with her.
Yeah.
Okay, she has sent a text message saying she doesn't know what to do.
What could be the problem?
So ask her what the problem is.
Okay, let me adjourn. Let's see what happens in the next 10 minutes,
Yes, Chair.
and then we'll take it from there.
Yes, Chair.
I think we may have to ask those who are,
I'm back.
okay, she's back. We may have to ask
That's like,
witnesses, particularly who are within Gauteng, to come to the venue
yes.
physically, rather than the video link, because with load shedding, it looks like it could give us problems. Most of the time, it has worked quite well. Last week, it worked quite well for the whole week. There were only minor glitches here and there. Dr. Nteta, I think it has happened again.
Yeah. I believe. Yeah, unfortunately, she's not in Gauteng. Chair.
Yeah, no, I understand that she is in KZN.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe she's going
I'm
to.
back.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's use the time we have fruitfully. Okay? Mr. Slega, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nteta, you're explaining how the 500 million rand came about. You say it's the rand value times the volume of coal, which is gigajoules.
Yes, yeah. So that 500 million was an estimate.
Yes.
In terms of, it was really a rough calculation. It had not been verified
Yeah, but-
fully.
But who made that calculation? Who had made that calculation?
I'm going to say that I would have made that calculation.
Yeah.
It would have just been a general figure. When I say I would have made the calculation.
Yeah.
as an estimate.
The reason I'm asking that.
To ask you, I don't recall. I don't recall. Yeah, let me just say I don't recall.
Yeah, because this is on a Sunday. This is the reason why I'm asking this. Because when you look at your affidavit, if you go to page 70, back to page 71 of your affidavit, paragraph 8.4.
Can you please provide me with the page number?
Page 71. 71.
71, thank you.
Yeah, ESCOM Bundle 14, page 71, paragraph 8.4.
Yeah. Yes,
In that paragraph, you say that Mr. Nath indicated that Tegeta wished to supply coal from OCM to ESCOM. I cannot recall whether Mr. Nath and I had talked about any quantities or process at this stage. So if volumes, which is quantities, you can't recall whether or not they were talked about, how would you have made the calculation to arrive at the 500 million rand?
So in my affidavit, my attempt is to provide a narrative in terms of the discussions that we had. So at the very beginning of the discussions, all I was trying to just put across is that he'd indicated initially that they have coal. In our subsequent conversations, there would have been a figure and also a quantity that is an indicative quantity that is provided, as well as an indicative cost that is provided. So by the time that we're talking on the 8th, then there would have been some sort of an indicative pricing and quantity, as well as a duration that in terms of the period as well. So in my affidavit, I was just simply trying to say in the beginning, the first conversations that we had, I cannot recall if,
Yes.
What we had settled in terms of the volumes and the gigajoule price.
Yes, there is a question I have. I think you did touch on this last time as we were beginning to go into this aspect. By this time, just confirm to the chairperson, by this time of the negotiations or Mr. Nath approaching you and you drafting the submission over the weekend, he has not given you in writing the offer that he's making to Eskom.
Correct. So in the initial discussions, it was literally discussions. So he had not given a written document to say this is the exact cost, this is the exact volumes. It was discussions that we had. Correct.
Yes. Now, we know that, and we will take it step by step, your estimation, which you say it is, of 500 million rand, it ended up being 659 million rand prepayment to get.
Correct.
Can you tell the chairperson, how did the amount move from 500 million rand estimation to 659 million rand exact payment to get?
Okay. So with regards to
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Nteta.
As I indicated to you earlier, is that the
I'm sorry, Dr. Nteta.
Pardon? I thought I had somebody speaking.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
The question that Mr. Selega has asked is quite important, but I think before that I may have missed something as to how the initial amount came about, the 500 million. How did that amount, how was it arrived at?
So in terms of the 500 million, it was a guesstimate. Mr. Seleka has asked me in terms of who exactly gave the figure of the 500 million. And I've indicated that I cannot recall if Mr. Nath gave me that 500 million or it would have been a guesstimate in terms of coming from my side for the figure, based on the discussions that we had.
I saw that in your affidavit.
So the next.
I saw that in your affidavit you said, I think that in the first in the initial discussions, I think you said, but you must correct me if I've misunderstood your affidavit. In the initial discussions with Mr. Nath, there was no discussion of quantities and the costs. Did that change before the 11th or before the first draft, before the draft of the executive summary that is at page 190? Did that change?
Yes. So my affidavit, I was trying to relay, because one of the questions in terms of that came from the investigators was that, so when exactly did you speak about the quantities that are required? And what I was trying to relay in my affidavit was an attempt to respond to that question, was to say that when he first approached me, he indicated that they do have coal that they would like to supply. Now, we had subsequent conversations, because at the time, when I had said it's around about end of March, I would say, they were still supplying coal. So like, okay, you have coal, and we begin to say, yes, there would be an interest for the coal. The conversations then, would have happened intermittently up until the 8th, where then there is a discussion of how much coal is available in terms of the rand value, the rand per gigajoule cost in terms of the coal. And then that is where we then put the figure in terms of the estimate in terms of the 500, whatever figure it is, in this case it'd be 500 million. But that particular figure would then be verified before we finalize the document.
Okay, no, thank you.
I have tried to answer both the chairperson and the evidence leader's question.
Well, the evidence leader nods with
Can I
how,
continue?
so you must have answered both.
Not the last one, Chair.
But, well, that's what I was thinking, that I didn't
So should I
seem to have heard how the figure moved from 500 million to the ultimate figure. Do you want to address that question?
Okay. So in terms of getting to the 500 million, to the ultimate figure, so at the point where the evidence leader is indicating in terms of that particular page 190, at that point, I had really, in terms of the submission, just grounded a number. And I will tell you, there was no scientific basis of it in terms of just an estimate. My subsequent email, when I then sent it through to we agreed, my seniors, indicates that, and that would be the next evidence or the next annexure. My document indicates, my email indicates that I would need to then verify these particular numbers with finance, and that really just to talk to what is the volume, what is the rand per gigajoule to get to the figure of the 659. So that final figure would have come from whatever volume that is finalized and the rand per gigajoule. So that change happened during the course, I think, and I'm saying this based on the documentation, not necessarily based on my recollection. So that change from 500 million to 650 would have then come, I'm going to say, within the day of the 11th. Once again, I'm saying I'm basing it on the documentation.
Oh. So you do not have an independent recollection?
Pardon?
You do not have an independent recollection of what transpired?
I do not have an independent recollection, no.
There's a question I have, but before I ask you that question, which email are you referring to as your next piece of evidence?
So the email that I'm referring to is the email that starts with good evening. I just haven't, I'm getting to it. It starts with good evening, but it's sent on the morning of the 11th at 7:22. I'm trying to get to the, to that particular document. Evidence leader, if you're able to get the page number, I would greatly appreciate it.
Well, I see there's a couple of emails on the 10th. The first email I see on the 11th is on page 209. But that's not an email from,
Okay.
well, there are two emails. One, the bottom one is from yourself to Mr. Edwin Mabelani. And then his response to you, page 209, ESCOM Bundle 14.
Did you say two?
Sorry?
209.
Didn't you get
209.
20, okay.
Because I think,
Apologies, I just take some time to get to this. Yes. Yes.
yeah, I think you were referring to an email in your explanation of how the figures were arrived at.
Yes. So what I was just trying to relay to the chairperson and to the evidence leader it was just in terms of I was trying to relay the movement in terms of the 500 million to the 659 and saying that, just recalling my recollection, which is not independent, is based on the documentation, is saying that that particular concretization of the figure would have come based on the Monday, is what I was just trying to explain. I had recalling going through the evidence, one of the emails that was shown to me was one where I'd saying that I'm going to do so. I'm going to check in terms of finance as to that particular number. But to ask me to independently remember that move, I do not independently do so. I'm relying on the evidence.
You see, there is evidence before the Commission that at the same time as ESCOM is doing this exercise, yourself involved, and in particular in what you call an estimated figure of 500 million rand, there's parallel information of what transpires at the same time when this is happening. And that relates to this, that Tegeta and Ogbay were in the process of acquiring Optimum at the time. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, evidence leader.
Yes. And, you know, for you, I don't know, you don't have the advantage of the first leg of the process. We are now in the second leg of the process. The first leg relates to the board making an approval of 1.68 billion rand. This is now the second leg of the process, where a figure you come up with a figure which is so surprisingly close to the figure that Tegeta requires in order to make the final payment of the purchase price to acquire OCM. And what happens is, and I'll give you a chance to comment, the evidence before the Commission, Chair, it seems, we're going to be having this problem.
Oh, she's gone again.
Yeah. Oh, no. Let's communicate.
Except for Ms. Daniels, are there any other witnesses over the next 2 days that intend to testify via video link?
No, Chair.
Okay.
I think there was a request from Mr. Paminsky's legal representatives. But I was also told that Mr. Paminsky is keen to come in person.
Yeah,
I'm not sure whether that was pursued.
yeah. If they can come in person, that gives us some assurance that we won't have interruptions. I wonder whether we shouldn't just take lunch now. It's 1:45, then return at 1:45. Hopefully, when we come back, it won't be so bad. Because if we adjourn for another 5 or 10 minutes, when we come back,
It will be lunchtime.
yeah. So I think we'll adjourn, and then somebody can just inform her. And then we'll resume at 1:45.
Thank you.
We adjourn.
I'm going to, I don't know if the person is telling me, I'm going to Yeah, but I've got my phone next to me. I've got the charger as well. And I've got the Zoom app open. Just haven't logged in because I know normally if you log in on both platforms, there's then an echo.
No, there is. The other thing that might be worth testing, ma'am, is just to get an indication of speed test. Do you know how to open the chat?
Yeah, I'm on the chat. I even see I was told to try the hotspot on my phone. Yes,
Right.
so I'm on the chat.
I'm going to send you a website to try on your chat. It'll be interesting to
Okay.
see what the result is.
Okay.
If you press that web address, it'll come up with a big button that says go. You press the button that says go.
I'm just having to copy it because it's
Sure.
not.
It's not linked.
Yeah, it's not. Linked, sorry. Okay, it says go. I press go. Let's do a whole bunch of adverts.
Now you can just ignore the adverts. It should show you like a speedometer, and the speedometer shows.
Yeah, it's now telling 39. Well, 33 is going up.
That seems quite good.
It's 33. 33.91.
What's the wording after that?
That's the, sorry. Sorry, yeah, Mbps.
because it uses about 5 gigs. 1 gig an hour, huh? So
Okay,
it's
I'm
pretty-
not, I think it should be fine because okay, I'm gonna,
Are we ready?
We are, Chair.
Okay, all right. Let's continue.
Dr. Nteta, can you hear us?
yes, I can hear you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I've also moved location.
But that's fine. So yes, I was explaining to you that at the same time as this was happening, the acquisition process of OCM by Tegeta was also ongoing. And from the evidence of one of the witnesses before the commission, Mr. Piers Marsden, who was the business rescue practitioner of OCM at the time, we understand that on the 8th, he had been approached by Mr. Hauer, Nazim Hauer, with an explanation that Tegeta had a shortfall of 600 million rand towards the purchase price of OCM. And he requested Mr. Marsden to approach the banks, there's a consortium of banks, to either defer the payment of the 600 million rand or to afford Tegeta a bridging loan. The banks, when approached, refused the request. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that.
And that in fact, it was around 1500 on the 8th of April 2016 that Mr. Marsden communicated the bank's refusal to Mr. Hauer. And it seems to us, and I refer to the Commission, emanating from that evidence,
You want to say the legal team?
the legal team,
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. Thank you, Chair. It seems to the legal team that emanating from that evidence that the prepayment we are now talking about, which forms which is at the center of your submission, would have come about. Your comment?
I'm not sure that you completed the point. You want to just start again? I think you didn't complete the point properly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what you are suggesting is that, what you are suggesting to her is that it seems that the prepayment that she's talking about in her submission is connected with the amount that Tegeta was looking for, which they could not get from the banks.
Correct, Chair.
Yes. What do you hear the point, Dr. Nteta?
Yes, I do.
What do you say to the suggestion that it just seems too coincidental that initially around the end of March, Mr. Nath didn't talk to you about a prepayment, but somewhere around, as I understand your evidence, 7, 8 or 8, 9, or thereabout of April, he introduced the idea of a prepayment, and Mr. Seleka is saying it so happens that attempts by them to find a bank to give them that amount or to defer an amount that they owed to the bank had failed, and the amount that became the prepayment was around about the same amount that they needed. Mr. Seleka, tell me if I have misrepresented your point.
It's not misrepresented, Chairperson. Chairperson is
Yes.
correct.
What do you say to that, Dr. Nteta?
Thank you. I must say there's little that I can make comment, because I was not aware of the information that you're saying to me, that in terms of at that time they were looking to get I think you just said the 600 million, and it was declined. So at the time when I was discussing with Mr. Nath, you are quite correct in saying that the initial discussions that we did have, which was before the 8th, was purely about provision of coal. And there was no indication with regards to the prepayment. So the investigators and the evidence leaders, in having an understanding of what was happening in the background, that may be the case, but I really cannot comment on it. What I can comment on is that Mr. Nath indicated to me round about between the 6th and the 8th, that there's a precondition for the coal. Whether it is linked to their requirement for funding, etc. I can't comment, because I didn't know that background at the time.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I want to quickly cover certain points with you, then you can move on in your evidence. Listen, Dr. Nteta. Dr. Nteta, the paragraph we read from your affidavit, which explicitly says, Mr. Nath indicated that Tegeta was going to buy coal from OCM to supply to Eskom. Do you know why Eskom did not procure coal directly from OCM?
So we didn't get it directly from OCM because the business rescue practitioner had indicated that they were not going to supply us with coal. Secondly, they had, the year before, had actually stopped in terms of the production of coal. So that is why we did not specifically go directly to OCM. And then thirdly, the Tegeta offered that particular coal.
Yeah, but are you saying you didn't know the facts? Because the business rescue practitioners on 20 August 2015, they communicated that they will stop the supply. But thereafter, and more specifically from the 3rd of September, they continued to supply coal. Even in April 2015, they were supplying coal, 2016, they were supplying coal to the Hendrina power station. Are you saying you didn't know that?
Yes. I knew that they were supplying coal to the Hendrina power station. My understanding, and I will say that I'm not a mining engineer, my understanding is that the coal that they were supplying to Hendrina was for a certain CV, and the coal that they were looking to supply us for Arnott was of a higher CV, which was due to beneficiation to come through so would become a higher product from their export mine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega, can I go back to the issue of Tegeta offering coal, this particular coal? I may have asked this question before, and if I have, you'll forgive me, but I would like to be reminded what the answer was. Isn't the position that the coal that Tegeta was offering Eskom did not at that stage belong to Tegeta?
So my understanding, and that's my understanding from the evidence of the transaction, that the transaction was due to, I think yeah, so let me just answer your question directly. No, it did not belong to Tegeta. They had taken over the operations of the mine only.
Could they offer coal to Eskom that did not belong to them?
So yes, they could offer coal that did not belong to them. In my discussions with Mr. Nath around January or so, he'd indicated that they had taken over the operations of the mine. So that, for me, I understood it to mean that then they would then indicate where the coal goes, etc. But in terms of offering coal that does not belong to a mine, yes, a supplier can do so.
Well, I don't understand the concept of them being able to offer Eskom coal that did not belong to them just because they had taken over the operations of the mine, unless the arrangement was such that the owner of the coal allowed them to offer coal to somebody. Are you able to clarify that for me? Is this something that used to happen as a practice or custom in the coal sector as far as Eskom is concerned?
So correctly so, that you would get somebody who doesn't actually own the asset offering the coal. So what would happen in other instances as well, you'd have what we call a marketing agent, who would then be the individual that is marketing the coal, and they don't necessarily own that coal, but they offer the coal.
But I take it.
Yes.
But I take it that if they are a marketing agent, either when you conclude a contract concerning that coal, you conclude it with the owner, or if you conclude it with the marketing agent, the contract of the coal being offered to you, that the agent would be doing so with the authorization of the owner. I may be missing something, but if I give you my taxi for you to drive, you can start selling it. That's where I'm coming from. But I may be missing something because I've never worked at Eskom and I've never worked in the coal sector. You understand what I'm talking about. The driver, as a driver of my taxi, if I employ you, it may well be that you can conclude an arrangement with somebody who says, tomorrow please take me to Durban, we'll come back in the evening and I'll pay you, how much will it cost? You do that, that money is supposed to come to me, the owner. But you can't start selling the car. You understand?
If I try and use that particular example, and it's going to be an attempt to use that example, it would be that if you ask me to take me from Johannesburg to Durban in a taxi that the driver does not own, but I will pay the driver for taking me there. So the driver would then have to pay the taxi owner in terms of
To hand over the money,
for the usage of the car, of the taxi.
to hand over the money that you have paid to the driver.
Yes.
Yes, no, I accept that. But it just seems to me that the selling of the coal seems to be something different, but maybe I missed something. So because I just want to understand why you were not waiting until Tegeta had concluded its transaction with OCM. Then they would be the lawful owners of the coal, I would imagine. But in the meantime, why not negotiate with the owners as far as the coal is concerned?
Yes. As I indicated, the direct owners were not offering in terms of the coal to Eskom. And I'm also providing you this response with hindsight, obviously. So the direct owners were not, and Tegeta was offering that particular coal. They had offered it in January as well as in February, as the evidence leader had said. And so they had demonstrated the ability to provide us with the coal. So, which is why we were then getting coal from them. The question as to why not wait until the transaction is concluded. One of the reasons why it was not waiting is that at the time we were looking for coal. There was, as I indicated at the very beginning, we'd had what we have as a primary energy tactical command center that was meeting quite regularly because of an issue for coal. So the option of waiting until the transaction was concluded was limited, and I will say not as attractive, because we from the fuel sourcing side had pressure to acquire coal. And the last interaction that we did have in terms of that needing to require coal was at the Tactical Command Center of the 8th of April, where they instructed myself and the team to secure coal.
Of course.
I've tried to answer you as best
Yes,
as I can.
no, that's fine. But of course, the moment you say to me, the owner of the coal was against giving you the coal, that seems to make your situation worse, because it means you know that the owner of the coal doesn't want to give the coal to you for whatever reasons, valid or not valid. And somebody else who's not the owner of the coal comes to you and offers you somebody else's coal, and you know that somebody else doesn't want this coal to be offered to you. Doesn't that make it worse? It looks like collusion between Eskom and Tegeta to do something that on the face of it appears to me, to say the least, strange.
So, Chairperson, it's not unusual, and it's an unfortunate situation that Eskom would find ourselves in, where you would have a owner of the coal indicating that they do not want to directly transact with Eskom. some of the owners might have said to us, well, you ESCOM are looking in terms of broad-based Black economic empowerment, and I, as the owner of the asset, am not interested. So therefore, you deal with our marketing agent, or they just do not want to deal with ESCOM's reasons. So it's not, unfortunately, it is not uncommon that happens where the asset owner just says, I don't want to deal with ESCOM. I will give my call to somebody and they will deal with it.
But in this case, was it such a situation? I mean, the scenario you tell me seems to me that it's a scenario where the owner may, for whatever reason, not want to deal with ESCOM, but actually when the marketing agent or whoever deals with ESCOM, they do so with the blessing or permission of the owner, in the sense that the owner knows that the third party or the marketing agent will actually be doing this. They may just have some other reasons why the owner doesn't want to deal with, but it seems that the owner has no objection. But in this particular case, are you able to say the rescue practitioners had no objection to Tegeta offering you OCM's coal at that time?
I would say at the time, I would assume they had no objection because they were supplying that coal from OCM. So which they've done so on 2 previous agreements. So I will say that at the time, I will assume that they don't have an objection. I would also assume, and I'm saying so based on at the time, that the business rescue practitioner was aware where that coal was going. To answer you.
Mr. Selega? No,
yes,
complete your answer, Dr. Nteta.
Yeah. So when I was providing you with the example to say that happens in other situations, because you had asked me, is it not unusual? So I was just indicating that no, it is not unusual where we would deal with somebody, not the asset owner.
Okay, Mr. Selega?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Dr. Nteta, I'm not sure whether your answers are given on the basis of a factual premise from what happened at that time, or are you simply trying to reason out the actions of ESCOM? One of the things you mentioned is that you had been instructed to go out and look for coal. But we know that in this factual situation, you didn't go out to Tegeta. Tegeta came to you with an unsolicited offer. So the two don't connect. That you were instructed to go out and look for coal, but what we see here is the other way around, and that is what Mr. Koza expresses as a point of concern in his affidavit, that this was not ESCOM's initiative. It was Tegeta coming to ESCOM unsolicited. Your comment?
Okay. I'm going to comment, and through my comment, I'm going to ask if I can refer to certain documents. The first document that I'm going to ask to refer to, because I want to then just try and create the timeline in terms of this particular transaction that we're looking at. The first document, and I'm going to really try and refer to it correctly, is in the ESCOM Bundle 18, page 891. ESCOM bundle 18, page 891.
It seems to be 18B, 18 bracket B, Chair.
Oh gosh, okay, maybe it's B. I don't know if it's A or B. Can I continue?
Not yet. Let's find the document first.
Okay.
It's page 891.
891. Yes.
Yes, I am at page 891, bundle 18.
Okay. So to answer the question in terms of, looking for coal and the supplier coming through, Tegeta, yes, came through and indicated that they had a coal, and I'd indicated earlier that probably from about March, they'd said that our current supply is coming to an end, and we have availability to provide you, continued coal. And that is when I refer to saying that the supplier came to me, that is what they would do. A supplier would do that in the normal course, because if they've got coal, they always want to extend in terms of their particular offering. Now, I've referred to this particular page, and I'm going to refer to another page to then indicate that when you look in terms of this, it's an email that was written from what we will call our coal operations, coal demand side. So from a fuel sources perspective, the demand or the requirement for coal then comes from the coal demand side. And we received this coal. Now, we received this email. When we get this email, and I'm just going to try and provide context, the highlight of the email there, she indicates is good morning, and please find attached the status report. And she's underlined in that particular email the power station in terms of Arnott, because it was a concern in terms of us being able to secure coal for Arnott. And she indicates there that is deliveries that were due to come to the power station. I'm just going to use rounded off to say it's 14 kilotons against a plan of 22. What that translates is that we are not delivering the required amount of coal to that particular power station. The second element, and that is a concern, because we need to ensure that we are meeting whatever is planned. So we are under, not as we, the primary energy is underperforming. Her next sentence indicates that the burn is 15 kilotons, in terms of they are burning 15 kilotons against what the power station had indicated to us, is that they should rather burn 14 kilotons. That also then, so the picture that she's highlighting in those statements is simply saying that we are getting too little coal into Arnott, and we are burning than what we're supposed to, against a burn that is even more. So then it creates an issue in terms of supply. You'll notice that this particular email is sent at 8:39 in the morning. I'm now going to, so this is on the 8th. I've been discussing with Mr. Na, correctly so, predominantly about just supplying coal. Because one, in that period of time, we do understand that we need coal for Arnott because we are being advised of this quite often, that we need to ensure that we secure this particular coal. So he offers me this coal, and I then look and noting that the organization in the primary energy does have an issue that in terms of getting coal. So that is sort of when I'm trying to answer one, Mr. Khoza's indication that, well, if there was a problem, then why did we not go to them? Well, the problem intensified on and about the 8th of April. And so knowing that we do have a potential for receiving the coal from this particular supply is one of the elements that myself and my team act on. I then want to refer you to, on the same day, so we have this email coming in at about 8, and there's a concern within the department. They then call that PED Tactical Command Center. I'm now going to refer to Mr. Koko's affidavit, and that is MMK 53, which is the ESCOM bundle 15 of 864, page 864. And I will pause.
Chair, I don't think you will have that. I don't think the chairperson will have.
Pardon?
No, I'm speaking now to the chairperson.
Oh,
ESCOM bundle
okay.
15, I don't think the chairperson will have it.
I can read it out. Not, sorry, evidence leader.
Okay, you can do that.
Quiet.
Have we got it somewhere?
I have it here, sir.
Yes, okay. She can read it out in the meantime, if it's not too long.
Please, just give us the reference again, page number.
MMK 53, and then it's in the bundle 15, page 864.
864. Page 864.
I'm unclear as to whether I should read it. Yes.
Yes.
You may read it.
Yeah. Let me just identify the document for the chairperson. Page 864 of bundle 15, chairperson. Now, minutes of a meeting of Primary Energy Division Tactical Command Center held on the 8th of April 2016. Ms. Nteta, you may read the portion you want to draw to the chairperson's attention.
Okay. So the first element is that if you noted the email that was sent at about 8:39 in the morning, and it creates a concern in terms of the department, and a tactical command center meeting is then convened. The time there is indicated 1 o'clock. And this is because there's the division within primary energy that activates the demand, notice a concern, and then says, let us convene and try and address the concern. I want to then refer you to, in that same document, so I've referred you to the time in an effort just to share with you how we get to the submission and things like that as well. I then look to then refer you to the next page, which is 865. And then we go to the last page, 865. At the bottom, it then
Is that
talks
still
to
the
some
same
of
bundle?
the issues and the concerns that are raised.
It is, Chair.
Sorry.
No, I wanted to confirm that you are still on the same bundle.
Sorry?
I wanted to confirm that you are
Yes,
still
I'm still
on the same bundle.
bundle.
How come I don't have that bundle? Is it because it was not expected that the bundle would be referred to?
It was, we thought she would refer to the affidavit of Mr. Kokoche. The chairperson We can sanitize mine for the chairperson.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to understand so that we can make sure next time we don't find ourselves in the same situation. No, that's fine. Let's continue. As long as we don't find ourselves in the same situation.
I apologize.
No, it's fine. Okay, you may continue.
Okay. So in terms of that, there are certain aspects that are, in terms of that minutes, and it's, I think perhaps I'm just trying to show that the turn of events. So on this day, there's discussions with regards to Mr. Mabelani about the submission. There's discussions with regards to the supplier about the submission. There's also this requirement in terms of the coal that has been indicated to the fuel sourcing department. One of the key actions that comes out of there is that if you look at bullet point 3, so if you look at item 4, bullet point 3, it then talks to the R0 RFP, once again just indicating that there's a concern, and we discussed it at this particular meeting. And it's indicated that there's a shortfall from May, which needs to be addressed, and DM, which is the chairperson of the Tactical Command Center, advised that AN, which is myself, now needs to develop a proposal for the shortfall coal, and agree this with Vusi and Machela, which is Mr. Mboweni and Mr. Koko.
Dr. Nteta.
So,
Dr. Nteta.
yes.
Okay. The chairperson needs to follow what you are saying. So can you again indicate where you are reading from in terms of on that page 8? Are you reading from page 865?
I'm reading on page 865. There are items that are there. I'm looking at item 4.
Yes.
And in item 4, I'm going to call it bullet point number 3.
Okay, it's written number 3.
Which starts, yes, it's written number 3.
Yes.
And it starts R0 RFP.
Yes, just read it then to the chairperson. Read it on record.
In full. Okay. R0 RFP going through MCK process. MCK was standing for McKinsey. Will take coal delivery to March 2017. So that's the R0 RFP. The next sentence, the shortfall from May 20.
Sorry, just before you proceed there, explain to the chairperson that first sentence. R0 RFP, that's a request for proposal. Going through McKinsey process, you say MCK stands for McKinsey process, will take coal delivery to March 2017. Can you explain that to the chairperson, please? What does that mean?
So during this period, one of the yes, I'm trying to explain the sentence in context.
Yes, proceed.
Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So during the process of, I'm going to say from the 1st of January 2016, R0 Power Station, which was previously supplied coal by Exxaro, as well as other suppliers, that Exxaro contract had been terminated. We discussed it before, but I will remind you, it was terminated, and there was a dispute between Eskom and Exxaro, which we discussed before. So we had issued a request for proposal to replace the coal that would have replaced the allocation of Exxaro with this RFP, as well as the other suppliers that were currently supplying R0. And that's what was in relation to the R0 RFP. Now, the MCK process is that it was in terms of we had McKinsey within ESCOM, also within primary energy, that were looking in terms of assisting on negotiations, looking in terms of costing and things like that. So that's when we sort of saying we call it the MCK process.
Yes.
Yes. I was trying to explain that sentence.
Yes, proceed. There are
Okay.
questions
Okay,
regarding
all right,
Azaro.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed.
So then the next sentence read, the shortfall from May 2016 needs to be addressed. And then DM, which is the chairperson of the Tactical Command Center, advised that AN, which is myself, now needs to develop a proposal for the shortfall coal, and I agree this with Vusi and Machela.
Yes.
I will then take you also to the bullet next page, which is page 866.
Just before you do that, before you do that, explain to the chairperson the last sentence you read.
Okay, not a problem. So the last sentence that I read was that I would need to engage with Mr. Mboweni and Mr. Koko with regards to, in essence, what it's saying is that to address in terms of that shortfall for Arnold, because there was a concern about it and it indicated that I was instructed to engage with them on it.
Is there a reason why you didn't mention this document in your affidavit?
To be very honest with you, I didn't have it. I didn't see it. It was actually when I was going through this particular Mr. Koko's affidavit that I saw this particular the actual minutes. So what I did recall in my discussions with investigators, I did say that we had a tactical command center where, the demand is raised and, the demand is raised and then we would act on it. But I didn't have access to the minutes.
Mr. Selega,
Sorry?
I understood
Pardon?
Dr. Nteta to be referring to these, I think it's now 2 documents, or is it 1?
It's 1.
I understood her to be referring to that document or those documents in order to answer a question that you had put to her based on what Mr. Koza had said.
Yes.
Do you want to just repeat that question? Because I'm not sure that I get the connection between what is in the documents based on what Dr. Nteta is saying and that question.
That's correct, Chair. Dr. Nteta, you will recall. Dr. Nteta, you will recall that Mr. Koza finds it surprising. And he says, the approach here to offer coal was not done by ESCOM. It was not ESCOM's initiative approaching Tegeta. It was Tegeta approaching ESCOM.
Yes.
So his point is, and I think it deals exactly with what you're trying to say now, which is, if you say there was a shortfall, why didn't ESCOM take the initiative to address the shortfall? Instead, Tegeta was the one that approaches you with this prepayment request.
I'm trying to answer that particular question in giving context and maybe it's
Can I?
I'm losing the context.
Maybe we should.
What I'm trying to
Dr.
say.
Dr. Nteta, I'm sorry. Maybe let's do it this way.
Yes.
Give me your answer to what Mr. Koza is saying about your version. And then once you have given me the answer, and you can say, in support of this answer, if we go to this document or that document, we will find that it supports my answer by saying A, B, C, D. Maybe it will be easy to follow it like that.
Okay.
In other words, give your answer
So-
without going to the document first to say, this is my response. And then you say, this document here, there's a document that supports what I'm saying. And this is the document, and this is how it supports me.
Okay. So my response to Mr. Koza saying that if there was a requirement for coal, he finds it strange that Tegeta would then come and offer us coal, and we would not be looking for coal. My response is that we were looking for coal, and looking for coal is in different forms. Some of it is where a supplier will come and say, I have coal, particularly if their contract is expiring and there is a need to, and they have coal available. So we were looking for coal.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Well, I guess that Mr. Koza's point, and I say nothing about its merits, I'm just saying his point seems to be not necessarily that you were not looking for coal, generally speaking, but that you were not the ones who went to Tegeta and said, have you got coal for us? So, but based on what you're saying, I think your answer would be yes, we did. We are not the ones who approached Tegeta. They approached us.
Correct.
Yes. I haven't looked at Mr. Koza's affidavit. I'm not sure that his point connects
Please.
properly, because if we are in need of coal and somebody happens to be in need of a contract with us, we are looking for coal, we are looking for somebody who can sell us coal, somebody is looking for somebody who needs coal, and they approach us, why is it a big issue? But I may be missing something because I haven't refreshed my memory on his affidavit. But you might be able to say that there is something that I may be missing in his point.
Chair, I think the emphasis in his affidavit is about what was communicated to them or to him in person prior to the submission being made to the BTC. And he says we were approached on the basis that Tegeta wants to supply coal. But it turns out that they wanted a prepayment. So he makes these 2 points that on the one hand, if you say there was a shortfall, you don't seem to have taken the initiative to approach them. They are the ones who came to you, one. And on the other hand, we were told it's for coal, but now the submission says it's for prepayment. And he distinguishes between the two. So we were on the first leg of it, and I hear what the chairperson is saying. I may have to read from his affidavit, Chair.
Yes, you see, I can understand if he has a concern that they were not told about the prepayment requirement up to whatever time, or they were never told at all. That I can understand, but I think that's a separate point.
Yes.
The one about it was not ESCOM who approached Tegeta, I'm not sure that I follow it. But if maybe later on you have a look and you think there is something in it, then maybe you could try again. You could revive it.
Yes, Chair.
You may have refreshed your memory recently, and but I'm just saying that. I mean, if you have need for coal and somebody needs a buyer of coal, you might, it's easy to see how it could happen. Somebody phones you and say, "I've got coal." You say, "Oh, it's as if you knew my situation. I actually need coal right now. I need it yesterday. Let's talk about money."
Yeah. I think, Chairperson, we should look at it against the backdrop of what was happening at the time, Dr. Nteta, because Tegeta was already having short-term contracts with Eskom from January 2016, and the second one in February 2016, which was going to expire. Is it the 15th or the 18th of April, 2016?
I actually think it's either the 13th or the 15th of April. So let's settle on the 15th based on a common date that we have. But
Yes.
I'm not sure.
So
I think it's the 15th. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you think it's the 18th.
Yeah. So these were contracts that were short-term, already Tegeta buying from OCM to supply to Eskom at Arnott Power Station. Correct? Speak out. You can speak out.
Yes, so those were already the two contracts that they had, yes?
Yes.
I'm not sure I heard the question.
Yes, those were the two contracts that Tegeta had with Eskom. And then you have this time around, and you see there are various reasons given why Tegeta made the approach. One of the reasons is that Tegeta wanted an extension of the contract.
Correct. I'm not sure if you're frozen or...
Do you want her to comment on that?
Yes, you confirm that that is one of the reasons why Tegeta, or was given as Tegeta approaching Eskom.
Was given by whom?
Yeah, so one of the reasons for...
Okay. You, in your submission...
Can I ask you to repeat the question, please?
Yes, we are repeating it. The technology is too slow. In your submission to the BTC, you gave as a reason for the submission that Tegeta wanted to extend the existing contract.
Yes.
So, on the one hand, that's the reason given. And on the other hand, which is now a different aspect altogether, the focus of our attention, of our inquiry as well, is that you requested that a prepayment be made to Tegeta in that submission.
So the supplier was looking to oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The technology is giving us a problem. But I wanted to say, Mr. Selega, where what you say to her is not in the form of a question. You want her to comment, just
I should
to make
follow
it
up.
clear that you are asking her to comment,
Yes.
because sometimes she's not sure whether you expect her to say anything or whether you are still continuing.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nteta, I'll make it clear to you. So the submission also included the issue of a prepayment request by the supply. Can you comment on that? Or shall I say you confirm that?
Yes,
Now,
yes, the submission also spoke to the
Yes.
prepayment.
yeah,
May I
Let-
just ask this question, not about your evidence? Are you able to see the evidence letter from where you are, Dr. Nteta?
oh, yeah.
Because that might be causing the problem, because,
Yes, I am.
or you are able to see him.
Yes, so what happens, which maybe we can solve, is that I see him after a while. Like, for example, I see a screen of myself talking. And then if you talk, it will move to you, and then it slowly gets to him.
So it takes some time, so you can't always tell whether he's done with the question or comment. Then you have to wait until there is some silence, then you think, okay, he's done, then you start answering. But in the meantime, that can be quite a delay. The
Correct.
technicians, do they hear that? Can they try and sort that out, please? Okay, all right, let's continue. I'm hoping the technicians heard that
Yes.
and that they try and sort it out.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nteta, I just want to read these passages from Dr. Khoza's affidavit so that I can expedite the process. Chairperson is in ESCOM Bundle 14, 14 bracket A, on page 422.13.13.
Just repeat the page.
422.13.
Okay.
And I would like to read from paragraph 57 to 59.
Yeah, go ahead if Dr. Nteta is ready. Have you found it, Dr. Nteta?
You can go ahead. I'm getting there, but I will listen to what you are saying.
Okay.
So in his affidavit, Mr. Khoza writes, paragraph 57, I have taken note of Nteta's affidavit, and I wish to point out that at paragraph 8.3 of her affidavit, she states that she was approached by Tegeta in early April 2016 with an offer to supply coal to Eskom from OCM. She then goes on to state that in subsequent discussions with Tegeta, she was advised that Tegeta would require a prepayment for the coal. This version must be contrasted with the board submission which I received, which essentially indicated that there was an urgent need to secure coal to avoid load shedding. From Nteta's affidavit, it is clear that the request for a prepayment followed the unsolicited bid which Tegeta made to Nteta. It was not Eskom which required coal and then approached Tegeta, which stated coal can only be extended if a prepayment is made. It appears that it is Tegeta that approached Nteta. Nteta's affidavit suggests a series of events leading up to 11 April 2016, which differs from the submission which Daniels and Nteta prepared for the board, which they sent to me and other board members on 11 April 2016. So what he's saying is, what you are stating in your affidavit, it's a version different from what was contained in the submission to the board. To the BTC.
Before Dr. Nteta answers, excuse me. Before Dr. Nteta answers, in what way does Mr. Koza say the two versions are different?
Paragraph 57, Chairperson.
Yeah,
He says he's read the affidavit, paragraph 8.3 of Dr. Nteta. She then goes on to state that in the subsequent discussions with Tegeta, she was advised that Tegeta would require prepayment. Then he says this version must be contrasted with the board submission which I received, which essentially indicated that there was an urgent need to secure coal. So,
yeah, but it's the same point I think I raised earlier on. I don't see the point.
he's dealing with two aspects there, Chair.
Yeah,
One is the issue of the prepayment, and the other is what the chairperson has in mind, which is who approached who first, which is what comes in paragraph 58.
yes, about the one about who approaches who first.
Yes.
I'm not sure that I see what's important about who approached who first, unless
Yes.
there is something else. Otherwise, it's taken us too much time to try and figure out what his point is on that, and what is the other point he's making.
Yes, which is what I want to move on to the prepayment requirement.
Yeah.
And
Okay, I think move on to that one.
yes, so then the prepayment requirement, Ms. Nteta, which Mr. Koza says that request should be contrasted with what had been given to them as the BTC. And you will recall in one of the paragraphs, he says the prepayment was in fact underplayed. It was kind of hidden away from the board and not made the dominant feature of that submission. So, Chairperson, if I may, that's paragraph 46 of his affidavit. So you'll go to the page, just 2 pages backwards.
He suggests that the submission that Dr. Nteta prepared for the BTC made no reference to the requirement of a prepayment.
No, that it was diminished. So it was made an insignificant aspect of the submission. You will see in the paragraph I'm about to refer to, Chair.
Well, let's go to the paragraph in the submission.
Paragraph 46, Chair.
I mean, that is of his affidavit.
Correct, Chairperson.
But it says what you have told me already, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, let's go to the submission. Let me see this
Let's go to this.
point of Dr. Nteta hiding the issue of the prepayment.
I take exception to that, Chair. That I was hiding it.
Well, maybe I'm
It's in the
attributing to
Tegeta
Mr. Koza
reference bundle.
a verb that he did not use. The submission was at page 190 of which bundle?
It's in the Tegeta reference bundle, Chairperson. Not,
If you find it, you can just read to me, tell me where about it is and why anybody would say it's hidden if it is there in black and white.
Chairperson, are they sanitizing those documents before they give them to you?
Well, I sanitize them myself, but I think they do sanitize them too. I sanitize them myself as well. You're very concerned about that. No, I sanitize them quite a lot, if you have noticed.
exhibit, sorry, Chair. ESCOM bundle 18 bracket A, page 297.
Page 2,
Page 297.
297.
290. No, those are. Person of the BTC said he understood the matter to be.
But we are coming to this document because we want to see where prepayment is mentioned,
how the
about this thing of
prepayment-
hiding it.
Yes, how the prepayment is dealt with.
Where is that? Where is it mentioned?
That's not me, Chairperson.
Well, but you are putting to Mr. Koza's point.
Yeah.
And what's the ultimate point? If she put it in a paragraph that he would not have put it at, it's Dr. Nteta's document, not his. Maybe he would have put it in the first paragraph. So really, doesn't seem to matter to me.
Yeah, well, what he's saying is, Chair, in that paragraph, I refer the chairperson to, he says, significantly, the information I received prior to 11 April 2016 meeting was that an extension to a contract was needed, not that 659 million rand was required to be prepaid to the GETA. In hindsight, this appears to show that the significance of a prepayment to Tegeta was diminished and hidden from the board, as it only appears as an ancillary and immaterial aspect in the resolution. That's his version, Chair.
Well,
Which,
I don't think we should spend too much time on that version. Let's move on. You would really have to have very cogent reasons to say that somebody, where they chose to mention a point in their document,
yes,
they chose that part of the document because they had ulterior motives to hide the point or to lessen the chances that you would see the point. You would need to have really very cogent reasons, it seems to me.
yeah, and that seems to be the gist of his submissions in the affidavit. But-
What is your take on it?
Is the question
Well,
being posed to me or to
No,
you?
to
supposed
the
to be.
evidence leader.
It's posed to me.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have taken the view, Chairperson, that the request is not necessarily hidden, but I think to some extent it is diminished, as Mr. Koza says. So it is not made the predominant feature of the submission. But ultimately, the BTC did talk about the prepayment in its deliberation.
Yeah, I would have
teleconference.
thought that if you had 5 points you wanted to pursue in his version, if that was going to be a pointed, or it might be a last point. So I think, please, let's
proceed.
let's look at more
Yeah.
important points that.
Yes, no, because, I mean, ultimately, in the telephone conference, members of the BTC did ask about the prepayment. So even if the submission downplayed it, it ultimately it was brought to the fore. Dr. Nteta, talk about the urgency of this matter. you deal with that in your affidavit. There was a BTC meeting scheduled for the 13th of April 2016. Why did this meeting have to take place at 9 o'clock at night on the 11th of April 2016?
I will provide my opinion, but I think the chairperson of the BTC will have to answer that question. In my opinion, and I've indicated in my affidavit, there is no reason why the submission could not have sat on the 13th of April.
Thank you. So you are saying to the chairperson, you could comfortably have placed this thing on the agenda of BTC on the 13th?
Correct.
Thank you. Then I would like to...
Well, one of the points that I'm interested in that Mr. Koza made, if I recall correctly, in his evidence, really was that, if I recall correctly, he suggested that Dr. Nteta must have been involved with the arrangement of the meeting, as well as the issues to be discussed at the meeting of the 11th. I think much more than he thought she makes it out to be. I can't remember the exact point, but there was a suggestion. He implied that Dr. Nteta must have been party to knowledge of what was being done. I think he suggested that Dr. Nteta seems to have worked with Ms. Daniels or something, or somebody about the arrangements to have this BTC meeting on the 11th. I may be misrepresenting what he said, but I understood him to be saying Dr. Nteta is not candid in her evidence about what she knew about arrangements to have the BTC meeting take place in the evening of the 11th. She was working with Ms. Daniels to achieve that. Do you have any recollection of something along these lines?
I have, and I'm at the paragraphs relevant to that point.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
That's quite on the face of it, that's an
Yes.
important
Awesome.
issue to look at,
Okay.
yeah.
That's on page, ESCOM bundle 14, bracket A, page 422.14. Point 14, 14.
Thank you. I've got that.
From paragraph 62. I will read it, Chair. He says, I also raise, and it relates to this, whether the meeting could take place on the 11th or the 13th. I also raise issue with the fact that Nteta innocently suggests at paragraph 8.14 that it is not clear to me the reason for the BTC sitting on 11 April 2016. As in my opinion, the prepayment submission could have been deliberated at the BTC meeting on 13 April 2016. This is extremely deceitful of Nteta to say, since she was working on the 11 April 2016 submission until the late hours of 10 April 2016, and the very same draft submission, which she attaches to her affidavit, which she emailed to Daniels, displays an 11 April 2016 BTC meeting date. Paragraph 63. Had there not been collusion between Daniels and Nteta, the company secretary, Daniels would no doubt have told her that the BTC members would no doubt have told her and the other BTC members that the matter could have been dealt with on 13 April 2016 and not 11 April 2016 as they orchestrated. Furthermore, logically, had they not intended to cause the BTC to sit on 11 April 2016, they would have prepared the submission documents only from 11 April 2016 onwards and sent it to the BTC via email as an addition to the 13 April 2016 submission. Then he goes on to deal with another point. I think that's,
Yes, I think
if that's the...
we should give Dr. Nteta an opportunity to deal with the suggestion by Mr. Koza that she was being deceitful.
colluded and orchestrated.
Yes. Do you want to say something about what Mr. Koza is saying, Dr. Nteta?
Chairperson, thank you very much. I actually have plenty to say about what Mr. Koza is saying, but I will not go into the detail because I understand that I would like this to be my last appearance. Mr. Koza has made some very sweeping, unbased allegations with regards to me being instrumental in setting a date and time for a BTC meeting. Mr. Koza is the chairperson of the board tender committee. He's a board member. At the time, I was a procurement official who is tasked with getting submissions, putting submissions together. Where I sat is a procurement official. I reported to one level, which is the senior general manager within PED. That senior general manager reported into a group executive. That group executive reported into a CEO, and that CEO reported into the board. I provide this context so that we can, to allow you to see that the ability for me to then instruct board members of ESCOM to sit and deliberate on a transaction is very unlikely, particularly the hierarchical nature of ESCOM. So that's one. I never engaged with Mr. Koza at any point with regards to the submission, except for when I entered the room of the BTC. So I'm not too sure how I would have convinced him to have that meeting. Secondly, the instruction of a BTC sitting, we receive it as procurement officials. We cannot indicate when it must be. We are simply told, your submission is going to be heard on this date and this time. My affidavit indicates that, unfortunately, I am not sure if whether it was Mr. Babelani or Ms. Susan Daniels who then informed me as to when the BTC sitting is. They are the two people who would inform a procurement official as to when a sitting is at. So that's to answer his first sweeping, unbiased, very biased statements that he has made about me. The second element where he's talking about working with Ms. Daniels, he is correct that I sought her assistance with this transaction. My affidavit indicates that because I was not sure in terms of prepayment and how to handle it, I requested my seniors to assist me in putting together the submission. So I worked with her. I did not collude with her. I worked with her so that she can assist me. Similarly, I worked with Mr. Mabelani. Similarly, I worked with Mr. Koko and Mr. Mboweni to get the submission together. So I take great offense to his statements. I further take offense to his statement that he says that I hid the submission. It is resolution 2 that talks to prepayment. I'm going to stop here because my father raised me right.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Dr. Nteta, if we may please go through this submission quickly. The submission is in ESCOM Bundle 18.
Thank you.
ESCOM Bundle 18, bracket A, page 292.
Page 292.
Yes. ESCOM Bundle 18.
Thank you. I'm getting to that page. Apologies for the delay. I'm at the submission.
Is the submission, the summary of facts, salient facts, paragraph 3, you see that, and 3.1
Yes.
on the first page of the submission.
Yes.
Is under salient facts, it reads the requirement for the supply of contract coal originates from the April 2016 supply plan.
Mr. Selega, I suggest that with regard to the submission, you just go to the points that you seek to make about it without
Yes, Chair.
reading substantial parts of it. Obviously,
Yes.
you can read a particular part, but I just think that it's important to just go to the points that you seek to make about it.
Yes. So this is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I accept the chairperson's guidance there. It says the requirement for the supply of contract coal originates from the April 2016 supply plan, as presented at the Primary Energy Technical Control Center of 8 April 2016. It was identified that supply to Arnott will be inadequate to meet the burn requirements of the power station over the winter months, and that there is an urgent need for additional coal. This identified requirement is as a result of the need to build up stock days over a short period, while the RFP, request for proposal for Arnott, is being finalized. This shortfall of supply amounts to approximately 2.1 million tons. And it goes on to talk about at present. The RFP is in the negotiation phase. Dr. Nteta, you were seeking to take the chairperson through this technical control center meeting. Could you tell the chairperson, in regard to this paragraph that I've read about the urgent need for coal in the winter months, whether this statement was supported by the supply plan of April 2016?
I'm going to take you through, yes, I was going to take you to that particular tactical control center meeting.
Yes.
And one of the elements I was going to take you through was the bullet point in terms of bullet point number 11, where I was requested in terms of myself and my team to come up with proposals and plan by close of business on Monday.
Yes.
Now, in that particular tactical procurement meeting,
But can
I'm going to relate to, sorry?
Yeah, can I, because I'm asking a different question. My
Okay,
question is,
all right.
my question is whether,
I think I know what you're asking me.
yes, okay. Let me repeat it for the benefit of the chairperson. The April 2016 supply plan, whether the statement made here that there would be a shortfall over the winter months, whether that statement was supported by the April 2016 supply plan.
I'm going to say no, because I think I know where you're going.
Okay. Chair, moving
Would you
on.
like me
Well,
to elaborate?
well, you know that the fact that you say you are going to say no doesn't mean it's not your answer. So it is your answer. If you say, I'm going to say no, it doesn't
yes.
change anything. Your answer is no. Is that correct? You understand that?
I wanted to elaborate, but I've opted to not to elaborate.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Continue, evidence leader.
Thank you.
As you lead my evidence.
Okay, thank you. Then it says, I'm reading in the paragraph which reads, the current short-term portfolio consists of 2 suppliers, namely Umsimbiti Mining and Tegeta Exploration and Resources. You see that?
Yes.
But I understand it to be your evidence that there were more than, well, many suppliers to Arnott Power Station. Correct?
Yes.
So it was not only Umsimbiti and Tegeta.
Yes.
Correct.
There were other suppliers that were contracted already.
And
So
supplying
these
coal.
were the 2 that were, pardon?
And supplying coal, contracted and supplying coal to Arnott.
Yes, there were the others that we're looking at were contracted and supplying coal. Some of them hadn't even done box cuts.
Yeah. Now, can you recall how did Umsimbiti get to be incorporated into this submission?
Yes, I can.
Yes, please tell the chairperson.
Okay. So in the course of the day of the 11th of April, as I indicated, I've been consulting quite a bit with my seniors. And Mr. Mabelani then it got incorporated after a discussion that I had with Mr. Mabelani, where he asked me about Msimbiti Coal in terms of when their contract is coming to an end, and then indicated that I should put Msimbiti in the submission. I should get the volumes and etc.
So Umsimbiti had not approached you for an extension?
So they hadn't approached me, they hadn't approached me directly for an extension. They had discussions with them in terms of the coal operations team because they were concerned about the coal contracts look at period in terms of time period as well as volumes. So their time period was going to expire before they've completed their volumes. So
Yes,
they
but-
had indicated that to the coal operations team.
Yeah, but
And so they had approached ESCOM.
okay, is that your answer now? That they had approached ESCOM for an extension?
They've spoken to the coal operations, yes. If that makes sense. So they hadn't approached myself. There had just been a concern that we're not gonna make our volumes because they had issues, but they hadn't approached me directly.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But when I say approach, I don't want to make it similar to the Tegeta approach, because that was direct, here's the call. It was more just in terms of, I'd rather say it's they were engaging with the call, with the contracts manager.
Yes, okay. Let me ask my question
In
differently.
terms of the managing of their contract.
Yes, let me ask my question differently. Because you are saying it was Mr. Edwin Mabelane who asked you to incorporate Umsimbiti in the submission.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
My question was, do you know, you personally, that Umsimbiti had asked for an extension of the contract?
So when Mr. Mabelani spoke to me at the time, I didn't know whether they had specifically asked when he asked me at the time. But in my going back, because one of the things that he'd asked me to do is to get the volumes that they were currently supplying, you know, in just more detail about their contract. So in my engagement, where I would get that information would be from the coal operations person who's managing that particular contract. Have I answered your question?
No, you haven't. But I want to move on, but you haven't answered the question. Is it a yes or no?
So
It's a yes or no. Did you know personally that they asked for an extension?
At the time, no. No.
Yeah, I want to go to the next page of the submission,
Yeah.
page 293. Page 293, under the sentence, the benefits for extending these short-term contracts include. And you will recall that I said this was exactly one of the reasons given in the submission, that it was an extension of the existing contract. So you see that the benefits for extending these short-term contracts include bullet 1, the coal is being mined and can be delivered without delay. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Was this correct?
So yes, it was correct in the sense that the coal was being mined. I have reflected in terms of that particular statement and reflecting in terms of what is understood versus what I understood.
Okay.
So in saying that, the coal was being mined because I was trying to put it in relation to that they are operational mines. And perhaps in hindsight, I should have said, these are operational mines. Because we always looked at in terms of just the contrast of an operational mine and not an operational mine. So it just means that if it's an operational mine, we can then get the coal sooner than not. But in hindsight, having looked in terms of what the statement says and what a person outside of coal operations would understand it, yeah, it means something different.
Yes, okay. I was struggling to follow your answer there. The question is, it's stated here as one of the benefits. It says the coal is being mined and can be delivered without delay. And my question was that factually correct?
Well, she said the
my
coal is being
understanding-
mined part is correct, but I
Let's check
think,
this
I think you said, Dr. Mteta, that the part that says the coal is being mined is correct, but you seem to concede that the second part, that the coal can be delivered without delay, you seem to concede that it was not correct. Is my understanding correct?
Yes. In terms of that, yeah, there would be a delay.
Yes.
It would not be available the next day. Yeah, so it would not be available the next day.
Yes. Now,
Would it be available in a month's time?
Yes, it would be available in a month's time.
Okay, in 2 weeks' time? Would it have been available in 2 weeks' time?
Yes, it probably will be available in 2 weeks' time, yes.
Okay, Mr. Selega?
thank you, Chair. Now, if to the extent that you say that, okay, let me deal with the first part. You're saying the first part is correct, that coal is being mined. Now, let me read to you that paragraph regarding the prepayment, which is just above paragraph 3.2. Key assumptions is above that, Chairperson. It says both suppliers have indicated a willingness to extend current contracts. However, Tegeta has requested that Eskom consider some form of prepayment to enable it to meet the production requirements from the export component of the mine, in lieu of the fact that it subsidizes the direct feed of Andrina Power, and this will enable it to meet the coal supply demands for the 2 power stations in the short term. Now, the prepayment is required, as we read here, in order for Tegeta to, you have said, to reopen its export component of the mine. How do we reconcile that statement with what you say is a correct portion of that sentence? The coal is being mined.
So to reconcile the two, on the reason why I said the coal is being mined, I was speaking to in terms of the site of the operations. So the site in terms of where Tegeta was getting the coal was being mined. The site where Msimbiti was getting the coal was being mined. They were having difficulty in the sense that they were not able to get to their 100% operation, and we were getting trickles of coal from them. So that's why I'm saying to you that the statement that I made was in terms of the coal is being mined, it is correct. The element in terms of the delay, because the delay would then be because they would need to now start their production operations in terms of the beneficiation part of that particular coal that is being mined so that it meets our particular spec. So that is how I reconcile the two.
Yes, but we have to understand this in the way in which it was presented to the BTC. And the chairperson of BTC says,
Yes.
the chairperson of BTC says, we were being told, unless we approve this deal, there will be load shedding. Coal is required immediately. It's an urgent situation. But the prepayment request is made in order to explore or reopen the export component of the mine that had been closed by OCM.
Yes.
So mining there is not taking place.
Mining was taking place at OCM. In terms of the mine operations, mining was taking place. When they're opening the export operations, and my understanding was that it's opening up the export operations so that they can begin to beneficiate that coal so that it then meets the grade that we are looking at. So that part needed still to be opened. I'm not sure if I'm coming clear. So that was my understanding of that one statement in the submission.
Yeah, well, I think you can sense it's not particularly clear or coming out particularly clear. Did Msimbiti require a prepayment?
Yes. Pardon?
Did Msimbiti require a prepayment?
Msimbiti did not require a prepayment.
And Msimbiti could not deliver immediately?
Msimbiti's issues were different in terms of their ability to deliver immediately. They
Yes.
were not able to, when I talk about the delay, is because they were having an industrial strike, which was limiting their capacity to deliver the full volumes that they were due to deliver to us.
Yes, yeah, just give a direct,
So they did not require prepayment.
yes, but give a direct answer. Could they deliver immediately?
Yes, they could deliver immediately, not the required volumes.
Okay, let's go. Now tell the chairperson how do we reconcile the two? If you go to the first page of the submission.
Sorry, can I ask you to start your sentence again, because I lost you? Thank you.
Okay, your answer is that they could deliver immediately, but not the required volumes. Umsimbiti. Is that your answer to my question?
Evidence leader, can I respond? I've noted that you're taking me through line by line of the submission. And I want to also note to you that the submission was prepared based on a lot of inputs. If looking at line by line, it may not, in hindsight, we can take it apart and say it is not clear. And that I will concede to. My understanding of the submission and that line that we are looking at in the submission is talking to whether the coal can get there immediately or not immediately. And I concede that that particular line in that submission is not clear. So Msimbiti at this time was supplying coal, but very limited amounts and quite erratically. So it's correct that it was not, I shouldn't have said without delay, because it would depend on when the strike is over. So they were supplying, but not the required amounts. And yes, that one line is my understanding, and someone else's is very different, and I concede to that.
Well, I'm not sure whether it's a question of it's unclear or not so clear. What I'm testing with you, it's a question of whether a statement made is factually correct. That's really what I'm testing with you. When you say coal was being mined and it will be delivered immediately, that's to me so clear. I understand it to say what it means is clear to me. But what I'm saying to you is, was that factually correct? That's a different question.
The statement, I'm saying, in my opinion, I felt it was correct, where it was saying without delay. Now, the issue is what is the delay? So I believe that it was correct. But the question now we are asking in hindsight is that, well, was it tomorrow is available? And I'm saying to you, tomorrow, the next day, the coal was not going to be available. But in a few weeks, it would be available.
But then the BTC would have been misled.
And I'm conceding.
Yes.
I don't think the BTC would have been misled in the statement. The second thing is that what I want to indicate, sorry.
Let me finalize why my statement. But before I finalize it, you were about to say to the chairperson you are conceding. Just quickly on that, finalize it.
What I'm conceding to isn't, so what I was saying I'm conceding to in terms of the delivery without delay, in the sense that I'm conceding that yes, it was not going to be available the next day, the coal.
Yes.
That is what I am conceding to. And I'm also conceding to that the statement there may not be clear, which is very easy for us to look at in hindsight. It's one line in the submission.
Yes. Now, there were two aspects then, because if you concede that the coal was not going to be immediately available or available without delay, if you concede that's not correct, then I'm saying to you, when one reads the affidavit of Mr. Koza, who says we were being told urgently, make this decision, otherwise there will be load shedding, then the BTC was misled by that statement that coal will be made available without delay.
Advocate Silika,
Yes,
the BTC submission is a 4-page document.
yes.
If Mr. Koza is saying that because of one sentence in a 4-page document, the BTC in totality was misled, then I find that very difficult to say so, to agree to. Because in providing that particular document, there are other statements that are in there that are correct. And if there was a bit of an issue in terms of, like you are asking me now, in terms of, can you unpack this statement? They are entitled, and they do in the deliberation, to ask us in terms of what does this statement mean, and then we can provide clarity. So I have difficulty in saying that the BTC was misled because of one line in a 4-page document,
Okay, the second point,
as Mr. Koza is implying.
yes. The second
Well,
point,
just 1 second. I can understand your point, Dr. Nteta, when you say if the BTC wanted to make inquiries with you as to what is meant by a particular line, like without delay, you were available, because I think that's the point you make. Is that correct? That's one of the points you make. Is that correct?
Yes, because the document sits and yes, it's correct.
Yes. That point I can understand if that's factually correct, even though they would obviously ask if they were not sure what it means, a particular sentence. But if they believed that it was clear, obviously they would not bother to ask, and they would act on their understanding of what it means. If they understood without delay to mean the moment the contract is signed or the prepayment is made, the following day coal can be delivered, that would be an understanding that is justified, I would imagine, by the statement that says without delay. But it may well be that within the context that was known to you and or to ESCOM or to the Board BTC, it may well be that without delay couldn't or shouldn't have been understood to be like the following day, but maybe it should be understood to be certainly within a week or more than that, I'm not sure. That I can understand. But with regard to the point you make that in effect, you don't understand why they would be misled by one sentence in a 4-page document. I'm not sure that I understand that. One sentence in a 4-page document can be very important and can relate to a very material point, and it can be misleading. But if you say to me, if they read that sentence in the context of the whole document, then they would not be justified in giving it a certain meaning, then I can understand. But then you should be able to say, but when you go to page 4, you can see that what was said in page 4, in effect, qualifies what was said in that statement 2 pages earlier. Because if you read what is said at page 4, it couldn't, the sentence could not be understood to mean delivery of coal the following day. Then I would understand. You understand where my concern is?
Yes, Chairperson.
You want to say something?
And I am in agreement with you Yes, Chairperson, I'm in agreement with you. And in fact, prior to you beginning to provide this context, which I appreciate, I was also going to say that when you look in the context of the document, the full document, there's a statement that is made as well that says on the page before, talks about Msimbiti, there's a industrial action, and should the, read it to you, it says the current contract supply will then be depleted around June 2016, should the industrial action be stemmed and full mining operations resumes. So when you look at it in terms of the full context of the document, for me, I would then understand that they would ask as to, but you've made a statement in this document here that says without delay, but you're telling me about an industrial strike. So, you know, what is the, how long and what is the delay? Or you're saying to me that it's without delay, but within Tegeta, they need to start up their operations. So what do you mean? So for me, all I'm saying is that they had the opportunity to ask these questions, and these are very relevant questions, but looking in terms of the full context of the document.
Mr. Slega?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I might just say that I'm keen that we move on
Yes.
because we have been on this submission for a very long time.
Okay.
But obviously, important points must be covered. But I think
Yes.
we need to move on. Otherwise, we spend the whole time today on this submission.
The submission, Chair, is really the last part of Dr. Nteta's evidence. So once we have finished the submission, we will be reaching the end of her evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Nteta, indeed, the paragraph you're referring to, which is on page 1 of that submission document, at the bottom of the page, Chairperson, that's ESCOM Bundle 18, page 292, reads that Msimbiti is contracted to supply Arnold with 540,000 tons and is currently underperforming due to protracted industrial action. The current contract supply will then be depleted in and around June 2016, should the industrial action be stemmed and full mining operations resume. The supplier indicated a willingness to extend from July 2016 until September 2016 on similar terms and conditions. So, you see, because I'm looking at this with I'm looking at it, but really putting to you the version of the chairperson of BTC. Insofar as he says the impression they were brought under by the explanation is that unless you agree, there will be load shedding. But I think you've traversed that. I can move on, unless if you want to comment on it before I move on.
I've got no comment in terms of that. I think he must answer what does he mean by the impression that he got, and from whom did he get the impression. I have too many questions with that statement to provide a comment.
Okay. Thank you. Now, we know that well, please tell the chairperson, when you started drafting the submission, you had not received a written offer from Mr. Nath. I want you to...
Correct.
Yes. I want you, please, to tell the chairperson, whether you ever receive a written offer, when do you receive it, and what were the terms of the written offer?
So I received the written offer from Mr. Nath on the 11th of April. 2016. The reason why I received the written offer is because I contacted Mr. Nath. I contacted Mr. Nath either on that Monday or on the Friday. I cannot recall which of those two, but for me, that's immaterial as to the particular day. But what I contacted Mr. Nath and I indicated to him that I need a written offer for the supply of coal because I'd noted that we'd been discussing this coal transaction since March, but there was not a written offer. So I then asked him to please put the full written offer and send it to me, and which is really just a sort of a culmination of what we'd been discussing. And that I received on the Monday. I say I received it on the Monday based on the investigators indicating when I received it.
Well, Chairperson, if I may assist you, Dr. Nteta, Chairperson, ESCOM Bundle 14, page 226. It's a Bundle 14, 14 bracket A, page 226. It's an email from Ravindra Nath, Monday, 11 April 2016 at 16:28. Sent to you, Dr. Nteta, a draft, attachment document 1. Hello, madam, FYI, regards, Arnath. Now, this is in the...
Did you say bundle 14A, page 269?
Page 226. 226.
I think I'm at 269.226.
Yeah.
So let me get there first.
14A, 226. Yeah. It's an email from Ravindra Nath on Monday, 11 April 2016 at 16:28 to Dr. Nteta. The subject is draft. The attachment is document 1. The email reads, hello, madam, FYI, regards, Arnath. You see that, Dr. Nteta?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So by this time, this is on Monday, by this time, you had engaged with your fellow colleagues that you have mentioned, Suzanne Daniels, Edwin Mabelani, Mr. Koko, to put together a submission prior to you receiving a written offer from Mr. Nath.
Correct.
So you have requested the written offer and you receive one, but why did you not request it at the very first approach made to you by Mr. Nath?
Quite frankly, I forgot. And generally what happens is that when suppliers come to us and discuss coal, we initially have a discussion to see the feasibility, etc. And then when we do believe it's a little bit more feasible, then we will then start putting documentation together. So when he first spoke to me about it, I did not ask him at that time for the offer letter.
Isn't there
oversight from my side?
Yes. Fine. Well, isn't it astounding that you set about to prepare a 4-page submission, putting together the terms of a submission to BTC without having a written offer from the proposed supplier?
It is not unusual. I'll be frank with you, it's not unusual, but it's not best practice. So when I said to you, I'm not sure if I spoke to him on the Friday or the Monday, asking for the offer, the written offer. It could have been that it was on Friday and you only sent it to me on Monday. But as I indicated, asking for it at the very beginning was an oversight from myself. We do put submissions together based on different offers. Discussions that we may have had with suppliers. Oftentimes, we would do that, but it was an oversight.
Well, then the offer is on page 227.
Well, before you go to 27, I think when you gave evidence last time, Dr. Nteta, I raised this same question also, and it continues to come back. Because it just seems to me that if somebody approaches you as Eskom or any entity and says, I would like you to offer you coal, before you, if you are not the decision maker on this, you take it to the relevant decision maker in writing, that you would say, please give me your offer. Give me your offer in writing. Let me see exactly what the terms and conditions are that you are looking at before you even begin to prepare something. One of the reasons why you do that, you don't want to misrepresent anything about the terms and conditions from them, But two, you want to consider this offer yourself because you probably need to make a recommendation to somebody or the person who has the power to make the decision or the structure. And it does look awkward where you get to the trouble of preparing a 4-page submission without a written offer or at least a document from the supplier or potential supplier, which just sets out the essential terms to say to us, these are the important terms. If you have difficulty with any of these, then we can talk, but these are the important ones. But I guess there is not much you can add. You answered it last time and you have just answered it now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Then the offer on page 227, Dr. Nteta, it's quite, well, I should say something about the time, which is 1628. And this is the time after Mr. Hauer, 3 o'clock roundabout, has now been told by Mr. Marsden that the consortium of banks have declined the offer to either defer the payment of 600 million rand or to offer them a bridging loan. Then you see this offer being made, 1628. Did you in fact request this offer to be made in writing?
Yes, I did ask him to make the offer in writing because it is one of our requirements that we must have the offer in writing.
So it's in fact one of your requirements at Eskom?
Yeah, so so what I was saying to you that when I considered, I said it's not best practice. So what we generally do, and it's not best practice, that we will engage with suppliers in coal. We'll actually get into details in terms of their costings and their costing modules before we even get an offer on the table, because we want to interrogate in terms of the supply, in terms of the coal that is being considered.
Yes.
So we do that, it is not best practice. But one of the things we must put in terms of on our file is that you put what was the offer that came in at, and if there are changes in terms of subsequent negotiations, we also provide that as well.
Yes. But if it is a requirement, as you say it is, a written offer, then it's no longer a matter of whether it's bad practice or not good or bad practice. It's a matter of a requirement by your employer.
So it is in terms of, yes, because we're talking about an unsolicited offer. You must receive an unsolicited offer.
Yes.
So it is a requirement that we
Yes.
receive an offer.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying it's a requirement that we get an offer.
Yes, but we are talking written
So-
offer.
Yes. To be frank with you, I don't have that particular section of the document with me, whether it's written or it's not written. But what I'm saying to you that it is best practice, that it is something that you have in writing. But I cannot offhand, off the cuff, tell you whether it should be written or not.
Okay.
But I know that for me, I want a written offer. I just think it's best practice.
Yes. Just the timing is remarkable. The timing of this email coming now with a written offer. Here's the offer on page 227. And the offer has a couple of points to it. It says, kindly refer to the discussion we had in this regard. So this is Mr. Nath writing to you. You and him had discussions prior to him sending this offer. Correct?
Correct.
In this
Yes.
connection,
So as I indicated to you, sorry?
yes. In this connection, Tegeta Exploration and Resources offers Eskom to supply additional 1.2 million tons of coal from Optimum Coal Mine, Pty Ltd, over a period of 5 months. Yeah. So we've traversed that issue about why couldn't you buy directly from OCM and buying from Tegeta? And the chairperson also added the fact that, in fact, at this time in April, Tegeta did not have a contract to supply such amount of coal to you. It did not have a contract with OCM to supply that amount of coal to Eskom. I don't know whether you knew or didn't know about that.
Whether I knew or didn't know that they didn't have a contract at the time,
With OCM to supply 1.2 million
supply.
tons of coal.
so at that particular time, I don't know. I don't think I knew.
You don't think you
Yeah,
knew?
I don't think. I can't recall, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to remember.
It carries on. For increasing the production of the mine and beneficiation thereof, we need funds for smooth execution of this contract. But can you see the reason is different from your reason to the BTC of an urgency? They
So
want
my
funds.
reason for the urgency for the BTC sitting,
Tegeta says they want funds. And they say what the reason is, increasing the production of the mine and beneficiation thereof.
yes.
Did you tell the BTC this is why Tegeta wants the funds?
Yes. So if you look in terms of what I said to the BTC, I indicated to them it's for their operations. Let me just try and get to the submission. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the,
Well, I think if I recall correctly, you said that they wanted to revive their export operations.
yes.
That does not, on the face of it, seem to be what they are saying here. But you may take a different view. I think in your submission to the BTC, you said they needed the money in order to revive their export operations, and I think that was your evidence. But I don't read what they say here to be saying the same thing, but you might give a different understanding.
So I had a conversation with Mr. Nath with regards to when I asked him, when he indicated that they would like a prepayment, he indicated that it's for the operations of the mines, in the export portion of it. I had that conversation. Now, in the letter, it says for increasing the production of the mine and beneficiation thereof.
Yes.
Now, increasing production of the mine and beneficiation is part of mine operations. Because so I'm not sure that I understand the contrast that you are highlighting. If you can just make that clear to me.
Well, one might not understand how the mine was, but there seems to have been two sections in terms of the operations, at least. One for the export and one for the domestic. That's the impression that one gets. And they had the export section had challenges to the extent that it needed to be revived. But Eskom wasn't going to get coal from the export section, I would imagine. It was going to get coal from the domestic section, I would imagine. That's the impression I have, but you might say, no, it's not correct understanding. This is the position. On the face of it, it looks like they wanted money from Eskom to do something that was just going to give them more profit, to boost a different section that had nothing to do with Eskom.
So, I'm really, maybe it's just perspective. So the mine has an export, the mine is a mine, and this is my understanding, The mine has a mine, it's mining coal. The first coal that goes, it then goes to Hendrina, and it's of a certain quality of coal. I'm going to say it's a 22. Now their export portion, that coal, what can happen is that to get it into a higher CV coal, it goes into beneficiation so that it can then improve its calorific value and things like that. And then they would then export that coal. And that coal is generally of a better quality than the Hendrina one. So when they are saying in their statement that it's for increasing the production of the mine, is to increase the production of the mine so that they have additional, coal, which they would then beneficiate. So they've used the word in this, the word production in their letter. I've used the word operations. But my understanding it is the same aspect of it. But maybe we're not hearing each other because I'm not understanding.
Yes, Mr. Selega wants to pursue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Nteta, the submission.
Thank you.
The submission reads, however, Tegeta has requested that Eskom consider some form of prepayment. That's you writing before Tegeta has put this thing, the offer in writing. You are saying Tegeta has requested Eskom to consider some form of prepayment to enable it to meet the production requirements from the export component of the mine.
Yes.
You wrote that in the submission.
So what I was saying to you is that we had discussions. I had discussions with Mr. Nab. So for example, when he first came to me and said to me that we require a prepayment, I did ask him the question as to why do you require this prepayment? And then he gave me the explanation as to no, it's for the production, et cetera, for the mine. I also indicated to him, okay, said, okay, and he continued, and I said to him, anyway, at the end of the conversation, I did say to him, I was just asking, but that is, when you talk about payment terms and reasons, et cetera, that is within the domain of finance. So he had indicated to me why they needed it. You are correct. I received the written offer on the Monday, but I had spoken to him before, because when he first says to me, I need a prepayment, my reaction was why, and that's the reason that he gave me. We've spoken about whether I should have received the offer letter before doing the submission, and I've considered I should have got it before. I did not, but I did understand why they wanted it from Mr. Nab.
Yes, but your submission doesn't say anything about beneficiation of the coal that is mined.
Sorry? My submission does not say?
Your submission to the BTC doesn't say anything about beneficiation of the coal that would be supplied.
Okay, so I did not put the word beneficiation in the submission.
No, it's not just a word. It's not just a word. That's their reason why they want a prepayment.
Okay. I'm trying to get to the submission so that we can read it exactly what it says.
The submission is ESCOM Bundle 18 on page 239.
2239.
I beg your pardon, 293.
Yes.
293.
Yes.
Yes. That paragraph which says, but suppliers have indicated a willingness to extend the current contract. However, Tegeta has requested that ESCOM consider some form of prepayment to enable it to meet the production requirements from the export component of the mine. Then it carries on, in lieu of the fact that it subsidizes the direct feed to Hendrina Power, and this will enable it to meet the coal supply demands for the two power stations in the short term. And the two power stations refer to, is it Hendrina and Creel? I'm not sure. You can tell that Arnott and Creel power station. I beg your pardon.
Yes. And you're contrasting that statement to?
To their own written offer to you.
Yes. That talks about production and beneficiation?
Yes.
Yes.
So the
Well, I wonder whether when they say they needed the funds for increasing the production of the mine, well, if they wanted to revive the export section, and if the domestic section and the export section are on the same mine, it may well be that one could talk about increasing the production of the mine. It's just that it's the export section that they are talking about, but they may have refrained in their written offer from making that clear. Maybe because it might have weakened their case for a prepayment, I'm not sure, but they may have refrained. But when they were speaking to Dr. Nteta, it was before they decided, no, let's just say, production of the mine without talking about the export section and the internal or domestic section. But if one looked at it that way, would one not be able to say they just refrained from being clearer than they could have been? They just put a general phrase and said, well, nobody will say we are lying if we say we want to increase the production of the mine. Of course we want to increase the production of the mine because we want to revive the export section.
Yes, Chair.
I'm just taking that, as a step to say maybe that is, to that extent, maybe that's not untrue, but once one has Dr. Nteta's evidence about what they told her, then one may well say, well, in effect, it might not have been increasing the production of the internal or domestic section of the mine. It was for maybe reviving the production of the export section of the mine. And then the beneficiation maybe applies either way. But towards the end of that sentence, they say, we need funds for smooth execution of this contract. And this contract was about the domestic section and not the export section. And I wonder whether that is not where the sentence, the statement might be clearly misleading if what they told Dr. Nteta was true, namely that they actually wanted to revive the export operations.
And
Do you want to say something?
That's the problem we have. That's as the legal team. Because Dr. Nteta, if, Chair, as you say, maybe they thought mentioning explicitly reopening the export section of the mine would weaken their offer or their request for prepayment, then, Chair, it shouldn't have found its way into the submission. Because that seems to be a point explicitly made in the submission by the ESCOM officials, that this is what Tegeta intends to do. And we're trying to see, is that what Tegeta told him? Because the impression created, Dr. Nteta, is that you within ESCOM were helping Tegeta to come up with a reason that would justify a decision for a prepayment. That's the impression created. Are you able to comment on that?
I think you must indicate you must indicate to enable her to comment properly. You need to say what it is that gives rise to that impression.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So what we were going through now, the exercise, is that we see that there's one reason in your submission, that the prepayment is sought for the purposes of Tegeta, and I paraphrase, reopening its export section of the mine. That reason is in the submission during the drafting process, before Tegeta makes you a written offer. The written offer comes late afternoon of 11 April 2016. And the written offer seems to have a different reason given for why Tegeta itself wants a prepayment. So my submission, what I was putting to you is this, that if one looks at the actions taken by ESCOM executives Friday night, over the weekend, drafting that 4-page document without even having a written offer from Tegeta, coming up with reasons why Tegeta wants a prepayment, it would seem that you within ESCOM, in drafting that submission, you were seeking to assist Tegeta to come up with reasons that would justify the BTC making a prepayment decision. I hope
Well,
not quite clear.
well, I want to say something because I want us to finish with evidence, if this was where evidence was supposed to finish. Namely, if you contrast the two, namely the reason that she gave in her submission to the BTC as to why Tegeta needed the prepayment, you contrast it with the reason given by Tegeta in their written offer. The reason that she gave was unlikely to strengthen the case for justification. Maybe this one, if she had put this one, that might have been, one might have said, well, maybe she was trying to not reveal the true reason. That's my thinking.
Yes.
But let her answer, and she might say no. Actually, this is the position. Dr. Nteta?
So, thank you, Chairperson. I must say that I'm feeling a little bit confused. But what I'm going to tell you is what happened. The supplier indicated to me as to why, and they indicated this to me verbally as to why they want the prepayment. I then took that reason and put it within the document and wrote it in the document. Correctly so, I should have waited for them to put it in writing and put it verbatim, what they've said in the document. I did not do that. I put in the document what I understood their reason for the prepayment. I did not delve into the detail of that because I believed that when you discuss payment and payment terms, it is something that I would then expect the people who make the decision as to whether or not to make a prepayment, they would then look into the justification for that. So that is what I did. In understanding the difference between the two and which is stronger or not, I don't know, but what I do know is what I put into the document based on what the supplier had said and what I understood it to be.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank you. So,
did you plan another witness after her?
yes, Chair.
Who is that?
It's Ms. Venita Klein.
Oh.
The technology was interrupting us.
Yeah, I think,
May I make a comment?
yes. Yes,
Deputy DCJ,
yes.
I'm not coming back. I refuse to come back. So I'd rather you stay and you finish. It's been a very exhausting experience. I've been with your investigators and your evidence leader for very long.
No.
So whilst you deliberate, please remember that.
No. It's not about you. It's more about the next witness. I think if her evidence was really about the submission, I think we must wrap up. but you are the evidence leader. I don't know if there's something else important that you still wanted to, but we have been on the submission since she started.
Yeah, the entire evidence turns on it. There are certain things in regard to the offer that we might need to touch upon quickly. And
Yeah, what will they lead to? What's the point they will assist in making?
yes, well, Chairperson, Dr. Nteta, you listening as well?
Okay. Well, you can tell me if you would like me to wait until you ask those questions.
No, I've consulted with Dr. Nteta. She knows exactly. Dr. Nteta there are certain things about the prepayment, the discount that was given by Tegeta. You will have to tell the chairperson about that and how that issue was dealt with. Because you see in the evidence, the BTC was told the CFO, Mr. Anod Singh, will negotiate the discount.
Yeah, well, can you wrap that up in 10 minutes? Or is
No, that should
is
take
too
shorter
much?
than that.
Yeah,
If-
okay.
Dr. Nteta, I'm sure you can take shorter than that, isn't it?
Well, I think
If it means I leave sooner, I will.
yeah, she doesn't give long answers, so I think just ask her the question.
Yes, just tell the chairperson, Dr. Nteta. Tegeta here made an offer of a 3.5% discount. And you know that that offer in your response was taken off. You go to page 229. So you took off that offer, and the BTC was told that, no, Mr. Anod Singh is going to negotiate the offer of 3.5 discount. A discount of 3.5. But the point was, Tegeta had in fact already made that offer to you. So can you please explain to the chairperson, you understand the proposition I'm putting to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with regards to the payment and the discount,
Yes.
when I engaged with the supplier, as I indicated to you, that I was coming to them from a sourcing and a acquisition of assets position in terms of looking for coal. Now, when you talk to the segregation of duty within ESCOM and in fact best practice, the person who deals with acquiring the assets should not be the same person who deals with payment. And that needs to fall somewhere else. Within ESCOM, that falls within the finance side. So when I spoke to Mr. Na, and also when you talk about our offer letters, the offer letter talks to how much are they offering for coal. I opted, because I thought it was the best thing, to de-link the payment to the offer, because my understanding was that the BTC was going to deliberate in terms of whether they even think that a prepayment is required, is necessary, should be done. If the BTC had come back and said, we are not willing to have then remained maybe at the amount. So I then felt that we need to de-link, and I also told Mr. Nathat that the payment issue will be discussed negotiated with finance, because I did not want to get into that element. So when we got into the BTC, they deliberated in terms of that, and then the BTC decided that, one, the prepayment is something that they would consider, and two, that they believe that the head of finance, which is the CFO, should negotiate that. Whether it was going to be 3.5, 5%, 10%, 1%, he had the tools to be able to ascertain as to what makes sense for ESCOM, and also if ESCOM can financially afford that decision. So the payment aspect of it, I did not engage it. And that's how it got. My suggestion to the supplier that he removes it, because I was talking to only the coal, but you will note that it remained in the letter. But it was within the domain of finance.
Yeah, well, that response doesn't necessarily answer the proposition, but it has an aspect in it of what I'm trying you to show the chairperson. Because the evidence at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, and which is what we see here again, is that the BTC was told that Mr. Singh will negotiate a discount. And I think it was expressly stated that it will be 3.5% to the BTC. What the BTC was not told is that, in fact, Tegeta had already offered a discount. So there was no negotiation to be made because the offer had already been made up front. That's the one thing. And I wanted you to explain that to the chairperson. That's one. Number two is that this payment, the prepayment, was made on the 13th of April, 2016. There is no indication, and in fact, Mr. Anod Singh was asked about this at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. There is no indication that he, in fact, negotiated any discount. And he was asked, who did you negotiate with? And he couldn't remember. So those are the aspects I had thought you would tell the chairperson about, because the BTC was not told that Tegeta had made an offer. Correct?
Okay. So the BTC was I beg to differ in terms of whether the BTC was told it was 3.5%. I don't think so. However, I'm going to provide you with my perspective. The figure of 3.5% is something that at the point that we're at BTC, we would not know whether it is the right number or not. So when I then talk about the offer, and I'm going to say it again, I'm looking at it as saying that the supplier has said to us that it's going to be this amount, the figure, maybe I shouldn't say the number, the figure, whatever it is. And that is what it is. So if there is no prepayment, because I would not know whether the BTC is going to say yes to a prepayment or no to a prepayment. So that's why it is not indicated there. The BTC deliberated in terms of who must do this negotiation. I'm not sure if they actually spoke to a percentage discount, because I'm assuming that the finance people will do what they need to do. So that's to answer the first one. The second one was where you said to me, the payment was made within 2 days. I'm not going to go into comment in terms of the payment aspect, because I will take us back to the segregation of duty. And it was the responsibility of the CFO to negotiate a acceptable discount, and whether he did or he didn't, I'm not going to go into that one. But for me, I was really focusing on the acquisition of the coal.
Yes, but
Was the written offer of Tegeta placed before the BTC on the 11th?
It was, Chair, it was not.
Yes. How come?
The written offer came in at about 4:30. If my memory serves me correctly, I was working on the submission, and I only really engaged that particular written offer as it is the next day. So it was not put to the BTC at the time.
yes, thank you, Chairperson. And yeah, I hear you saying that you don't want to go through to the issue of payment, but did you not play any role in ensuring that payment is executed? Did your role here end on that night of 11 April 2016? Or did it carry on?
Yes. So the only role that I played, so yes, my role ended the night of the BTC submission. The role that I played the next day was Mr. Nath sent me a pro forma invoice. The evidence will tell what time he did so, and for payment. And what I did is what I forwarded it to the people who were delegated in terms of sorry, not the delegated, I forwarded it to Mr. Mabelani and I think it's Suzanne, and I'm just recalling from the evidence. What I do know for sure, and I recall, is that I contacted the head of finance and asked him whether he was aware of this prepayment. He said no, and I suggested that he speak to the CFO, and then I also forwarded him the document. And that was where it ended. Because
Yes.
as I go back again and talk about a segregation of duty.
Chairperson, the email that forwarded the pro forma invoice is on ESCOM Bundle 14, page 236. Page 236. That's again an email from Ravindra Nath, Tuesday, 12th April 2016. The next day after the night of the decision to make a prepayment. It's at 14:07. It's addressed to you, Dr. Nteta. The ESCOM pro forma invoice, it says. Forward ESCOM pro forma invoice. ESCOM pro forma invoice is the attachment. Hello, madam. Please find attached pro forma invoice for prepayment. And the invoice is on page 237, exactly 659, just above 659 million rand. Right. Dr. Nteta, you have said you don't get involved in the payment, but here you're calling the finance person to find out whether they've received this invoice.
Correct?
You're going to tell the chairperson that was also not unusual?
No, so when I received the invoice from the supplier, I thought it was unusual. Unusual for a few reasons.
Okay.
One, the BTC had deliberated the night before. So it was unusual because now, as we're saying, it's 2 o'clock and now they're sending a pro forma invoice. So it's unusual. Secondly, I don't receive invoices. So once we've negotiated the coal supply agreements, the invoices, etc., are sent to finance, etc. So I don't receive it. So that was also unusual to me. So in calling the finance person and alerting him that I've received this invoice, one, have they negotiated this prepayment? What is the situation? And he then said to me he knew nothing of it. So yes, it's unusual for me to receive invoice, and I don't get involved in the payment aspects. And I should not get involved in the payment.
Yes, page 238, ESCOM Bundle 14.
That's taken more than 10 minutes, Mr. Selega. I thought you were going to wrap up within 10 minutes.
Well, let me wrap up with this. Page 238. On page 238, are those two emails. One to you with the pro forma invoice, and you forward that email to Mr. Edwin Mabelani and Ms. Suzanne Daniels at 14:26. You received it at 14:07. You forwarded to them at 14:26. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Here with pro forma invoice, please note it includes VAT. So why didn't you leave it to them to process the payment, phone whoever they need to phone? Why did you personally phone the finance person?
Why did I phone the finance person?
No. After you sent the email to Mr. Edwin Mabelani and Ms. Suzanne Daniels, why didn't you leave the matter there? Why did you have to phone the finance person?
So the question is, once I've forwarded that invoice, pro forma invoice to Mr. Mabilani and Ms. Daniels, why did I pick up the phone and phone the finance department?
Yeah, why
Is that the
didn't,
question?
yes, why didn't you leave the matter up to them? Mr.
Yes,
Mab-
but Mr. Selega, what point will this really make? If you send send something to a document to somebody, you can pick up the phone and say, "Did you receive it?" Isn't it?
She's not sending it to the finance person here.
Who is that?
She's sending it to Mr. Edwin Mabelani and Ms. Suzanne Daniels.
Yes,
Yes.
and what is she sending?
The pro forma invoice.
Yes, but where will that take us? If it's Mr. Mabelane or somebody in the finance department, what point will it be?
Let me say this, Chair.
Yes,
If I receive this email and I send it to the chairperson, who is not in finance, but the chairperson is my superior, I then should stop there. And that's what I'm asking Dr. Nteta. Why then did you take another step of phoning a finance person when my superior could have done that
yes.
process?
What point does it advance in terms of what we are trying to establish on this prepayment?
Is the very impression, Chair, of the efforts made within ESCOM by ESCOM's own officials to assist in this process, to take the extraordinary means to assist in this process. So we're trying to correct that impression. Maybe Dr. Nteta will explain why she took that step.
I mean, after we have spent as much time as we have spent on this submission, I don't think that I want to spend more time on those minor points. I think it's a minor point. I really would like us to finalize.
Yeah, no, that comes to the end of it, Chair.
Yes.
Because,
Yes, you would like me to answer just that one at least. Okay, Dr. Nteta, just answer that one last question.
So the last question was that why did I, to quote him, to take extraordinary steps? What I want to say, it is not extraordinary steps. I picked up a phone and called the finance business partner because what I had received was an invoice. So I don't think it's an extraordinary extra step. I felt I should inform them before I send them a pro forma invoice code.
Yeah.
You are not satisfied?
She's not correcting the impression, but that's your evidence, Ms. Nteta, Dr. Nteta.
Yes.
That's your evidence. You see, Mr. Zitembe Koza is alleging collusion. He's alleging you interacting with the Guptas. And you are saying to the chairperson, although I sent this invoice to my superiors, I still went to the finance people and told them about this invoice.
You see, if you were referring to her making some communication to the Guptas that may have been unnecessary, then maybe the point would be clearer, unless there's something you don't tell me with regard to Mr. Mabilane, or that I'm missing. Wasn't Mr. Mabilane her superior?
He was.
He was.
Yeah.
So,
those are the principals or
yes, so
the
she
seniors.
may have wanted to update him to say we have received an invoice, isn't it?
Let me make it clear to the chairperson. Dr. Nteta, tell the chairperson, who is the finance person you phoned?
Mr. Snell Naha. Naha.
Yes, Chair. So that's a different.
He is the head of finance. He's the head of finance in Primary Energy Division. He's the gentleman who processes payments for coal transactions.
Yeah. So it's not Mr. Mabelane, who is phoned. It's a different person.
Yeah.
There's no need to phone Mr. Mabelani because he was involved in the transaction. Snell was not. That's why I phoned him.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine, Chair. Yeah, because the payment gets to be made,
Yeah.
Chairperson. And Chair, I don't know whether you would recall the evidence of Mr. Gert Opperman, who gets this invoice much later for him to authorize a payment. And he says at that time, I think it's the 19th of April, he thought that the payment had not been made and that he was authorizing a payment that would be made as opposed to one already made. And I think Dr. Nteta also had some interaction there with Mr. Opperman.
Okay, all right. But you said you have made your last question.
Yeah, that is in her affidavit.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Nteta, for availing yourself to assist the commission. You are now excused.
Thank you.
Let's take an adjournment. Let's take a short adjournment. We adjourn. Mr. Seleka, and counsel for Ms. Klein. I indicated to Mr. Seleka that I have some commitment that would need us to take a break, maybe for about an hour, and then I would be back to start with Ms. Klein's evidence. And I apologize that we were going to have that break, but I understand your preference would be that if we are not going to finish this evening with her evidence, you would prefer that we move her to a date when she can start and finish her evidence. And Mr. Seleka says, in terms of the lineup of witnesses tomorrow and looking at the time that they will take, he thinks that we could have Ms. Klein give evidence tomorrow and finish. And in the light of that, I am inclined to say, let's go along with that. I understand that there is a request also for her to give her evidence via video link because of some situation. I am able to allow that as well. So I just want both of you to confirm whether my understanding is correct and that it's fine if we do it this way.
Yes. Yes, Chairperson, that's the communication during the adjournment that took place between my learned friend and I, Mr. Mahon representing Ms. Vanita Klein. I confirm what the Chairperson has said. Mr. Mahon can do likewise.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I
Yes.
do confirm, and may we also request our thanks for the indulgence.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Okay, then we'll adjourn for the day, and then tomorrow Ms. Klein will appear via video link, and we will then have her evidence.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll liaise with my learned friend as to the
Yes,
practicalities.
yes, in terms of what time it's likely
That's
to be.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We then adjourn for the day. We
Thank you,
adjourn.